Okay, we're now on the record. Time 10:06 a.m. Today's date, July 7, 2023. This is the videotaped deposition of Randall Harrison being taken in the case of Martinez Bowman versus David Harvey and Jamie Godey, filed in U.S. District Court, Middle District of Florida, 322 CB 545 MMH MCR. My name is Jack LeGrant, videographer. Our court reporter is Rhonda Mashburn. We are at Scribe Associates, 121 Southeast Hernando Avenue, Lake City, Florida. At this time, counsel will state their appearances for the record, beginning with deposing counsel.
This is Dawn Whitehurst, and I'm an attorney with Sniffen and Spellman, and we have the privilege of representing the defendants in this case.
Amy Hanna for the plaintiff, and my paralegal Catherine Hausema is also present here today.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Officer Harrison. How are you?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
Good. Have you given a deposition before?
Yes.
Okay. I'll avoid the ground rules. Did you review any documents in preparation for your deposition today?
Some.
What documents did you review?
Just my previous transcript, the criminal side of it.
Okay. Did you review any photographs or videos in preparation for today?
Video
What video?
of the traffic stop.
Okay. The dash cam footage
Yes.
from Officer Harvey's vehicle?
Yes.
Are you currently employed with Columbia County Sheriff's Office? No. Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Myself.
Are you retired?
Yes.
Congratulations. When did you retire?
March the 24th of this year.
Are you bored yet?
Not at all.
When did you start working with Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
February of 1998.
Okay. And when you started, what was your position?
A deputy.
Okay.
Sheriff.
And between February of 1998 and March of 2023, what positions did you hold within the Sheriff's Office?
I was a corporal for about, I think, approximately 3 years, and then I was promoted to sergeant.
Okay. And when were you promoted to sergeant?
I don't remember the exact year.
On October 23rd of 2020, what position did you hold?
What was that date again?
October 23rd of 2020?
I was a sergeant.
Okay. And what are your duties as a sergeant?
Oversee the, basically I'm in charge of the corporals and the deputies that's assigned to me.
What deputies were assigned to you October of 2020, to the best of your recollection?
The two corporals was Corporal Busby and Corporal Josh Green. The deputies would have been James Nash, Chris Hadley, David Harvey, Jamie Godey, because she was in training at the time. Lorton, last name Lorton. And I don't remember the rest.
Okay. You said duty would be to supervise. What specifically do you mean by supervise?
Well, it's been a while since I've seen the policy on that, but if I've seen the policy for my supervisor duties, I could more explain it to you.
Okay. And based on your recollection, day in and day out, what would you do to supervise these officers?
Review reports, respond to certain calls,
What type of calls would you respond to?
Mostly like high-risk calls, if it was a pursuit or deaths, any kind of bomb threats, suicides, train derailments, any high-risk calls like that was my responsibilities to respond to.
Okay. Did you ever, I'm looking for the right word, go out on the call with the deputy or the corporals, or you were just always contacted?
No, I would,
After the
I would
fact.
respond to some routine calls.
Okay. And so, aside from supervising these officers and reviewing reports and responding to calls, is there anything else you did?
I would take calls myself. If we've got overloaded or something like that, or deputies and the corporals were busy, I would step up and take calls.
Okay. How often would you say on a weekly basis were you working with the officers?
Every time I was on shift,
Okay.
I was pretty active with them.
Okay. Have you communicated with Officer Harvey following this incident on October 23rd, 2020?
You mean
Regarding this incident?
regarding this incident?
Yes. And when I say this incident, I'm referring to the stop and use of the K9 against Martinez Bowman on October 23rd,
You mean
2020.
like, so you mean like sitting down discussing it with him? Is
Yes.
that? No.
Okay. Have you communicated with Godey following this incident,
Object to the form.
regarding this incident?
I'm making objection for the record, but
Okay.
you can still answer.
Unless
Not-
she tells you don't answer, you can answer anytime she objects.
Okay. And Dep, like sitting down discussing it like before you're getting prepared for this, or?
Any communications that
No.
you've had with Godey
No.
regarding this incident since it happened?
No.
Okay. So the court reporter is taking down everything that we're saying.
Yep.
So try to allow me to finish my question before you answer, and
Okay.
I'm bad about interrupting, but I'll try not to do the same for you, so
Okay.
we don't give her a headache over there. Trying to take down two things at once. What training did you have to undergo to, as far, let's do from promotion to deputy to sergeant?
Object to the form.
Ask the question again.
Was there any training that you had to undergo when you got promoted from a deputy to a sergeant?
No.
Okay. I believe in the criminal, your criminal deposition, you referred to yourself as the watch commander.
Yes.
What is the difference between a watch commander and a sergeant?
It's just, a watch commander is the officer at the time that's in charge, basically over the whole county at the time. Most of the time it would be a lieutenant with most agencies, would be the watch commander, but at Columbia County Sheriff's Office, the sergeants are the watch commanders.
Okay, so are the two terms, titles interchangeable?
No.
Okay.
I think that would be no, if I'm understanding you right.
So what does a watch commander do above and beyond a sergeant or vice versa?
So the sergeants at the Columbia County Sheriff's Office, the best way I know how to explain it is fulfilling the duties of a watch commander, which with other agencies is a lieutenant. So basically making sure end of shift reports are done, making sure that the corporals review daily reports. If there's any incidents involving a deputy, such as one of them gets hurt, we make sure all that paperwork's filed and stuff, which we send all that paperwork to a lieutenant that reviews it, and then he forwards it on up.
Okay. So at the time of October 23rd, 2020, was your official title a watch commander or sergeant?
A sergeant.
Okay. How long had you been supervising Harvey as of October 23rd, 2020? To the best of your recollection.
Two to 3 years.
Okay. And how long had you been supervising Godey?
She was a brand new deputy. I don't know what, just during that time, it would be just probably a couple weeks, because each stage of her training, I think, if I recall right, 14 days, and I don't know what stage of training she was in, or what number of days she was in that day. So it couldn't have been no more than 14 days.
Okay. Did you also supervise K9 Drago?
I'm not a K9 supervisor, although I was Deputy Harvey's direct supervisor.
Okay. Who supervised K9 Drago?
You mean who would be his direct K9 supervisor? Is that what you're trying to ask me?
Yes.
If I recall correctly, because it's changed 2 or 3 times. But I think during that Pacific time, I think it would have been Lieutenant Holloway.
As part of supervising Harvey, did you supervise the K9 team of him and Drago? Or K9 handler team, I think is how you guys phrase it.
I did not supervise the K9 handler team. I was Deputy Harvey's main supervisor. If it had to deal with K9s and stuff, he answered to Lieutenant Holloway.
Okay. Were you ever a K9 handler?
I was.
Okay. When?
Specific dates, I don't remember. But it's been probably 14 years ago
Okay.
from
And
today's date.
How
Now,
long?
I'm just guessing that now. Approximately 8 years.
Okay. What was the name of your dog?
What was the name of it, my dog? Brutus.
Did you complete any training with Columbia County Sheriff's Office as it pertains to de-escalation techniques?
Okay, so we're skipping around. Are we still talking about canines?
Did you, as sergeant or watch commander, at your time with Columbia County Sheriff's Office, complete any training as it pertains to de-escalation techniques?
I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
Did you undergo training, workshops, classes on de-escalation?
Are we talking about use of force? Or are we still talking about canines?
Any of it, any training that you've undergone as far as de-escalation techniques as an officer with Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
trying to think how to respond to that, because I don't know if you're talking about K9 de-escalation or we're talking about use of force de-escalation.
Well, is use of a K9 use of force?
No.
Okay. So I'm just asking generally, as sheriff or watch commander of Columbia County Sheriff's Office, did you undergo any training on de-escalation or de-escalation techniques?
If it was pertaining to the use of force, I would probably say yes.
Okay. And what kind of training did you undergo?
It's been a while since I've looked at use of force policies. I would have to refresh my memory on that with the use of force policy before I answered that.
So I don't want you to tell me the specifics of what you were trained or instructed on, but what I want to know is, how often did you undergo that training? Or what specifically was it? Was it a class? Was it a workshop? Did you just get documents?
Sometimes it was.
Hold up, I'm gonna object. You're asking compound questions. Now ask him one question and
Okay.
let him answer, please. What question do you want? Ask your question.
What type of training, not the specifics of what was included in the training or what was discussed, but what type of course or material was it that you were provided on de-escalation?
If you're referring to use of force, if that's what you're referring to, there was times that we had sit-in classes, and there was times that we done workshop, if you call workshop, by sitting in front of a computer and watching certain classes. We done that as well.
Okay. How often did you do that?
I don't recall how often it's required by FDLE, but I done what was required by FDLE.
Okay.
So if it was required yearly, we done it yearly. If it was required every 2 years, we done it every 2 years. If it was required every 3 years, we done it every 3 years. So I don't remember, I cannot recall what the FDLE requirements were on that.
Okay.
Getting tongue-tied.
If you need a break at any time, just say the words. We can take a
That's
break. Did you, as part of your duties as sergeant or watch commander, did you provide training to the officers?
Physically, did I teach them? No. Did we get together as a team and go over certain things and practice? Yes.
Okay. What type of things would you go over in practice? Give me an example.
As a group, we would do like building searches or house entries. We would practice felony stops. Most of it was high liability. A business approach to a business alarm, a panic alarm, or a hold-up alarm. Trying to think of some other things. We would practice putting tourniquets on each other, first aid stuff. We practice different techniques if an officer was shot in the line of duty, how we were going to respond to it, and what treatment we could give them and help them. Them's the type of things that we would practice.
Did you provide any training to the officers as it pertains to the use of a K9?
No.
Were you present for the stop and seizure of Mr. Bowman on October 23rd, 2020?
I was present after the stop.
Okay. Did you witness the stop firsthand?
No.
Okay. And so how did you come to learn about what occurred?
Because it was a high-risk felony stop, and because it was a high-risk felony stop, under my duties, I'm responsible to respond there to determine what happened and everything, and I have to put a SEER out to the command staff of what happened. So I have to respond to every call like that.
Is the SEER the SCIR report?
Yes.
Okay. And so I understand why you had to arrive after the fact, but who told you what happened?
I heard it over the radio.
You heard the entire incident over?
Well, I heard him doing the traffic stop, and then I could hear him doing calling out information. I could hear sirens in the background. So, 25 years of law enforcement, I knew something was going on. So I responded to the call.
Okay. Were you notified by dispatch to respond to the call, or I don't know how the radio system works. So. Describe that for
So
me.
they're giving information out. They're giving road names.
Who's they?
Dispatch.
Okay.
Dispatch. They're giving road names out. He's on the radio, or she could have been on the radio at the time. I don't remember which one was on the radio at the time.
Would she be allowed to speak to dispatch as a field training officer?
As being in training?
Yes.
Not being smart, but yes, that's the only way she's going to learn.
Okay.
That's the only way they're going to learn is by using the tools. So hearing all the communication, hear what's going on, could hear sirens in the background. I knew that it was one of them because I knew it was going to be a felony stop, or it was a pursuit. He called it in as a pursuit. So with it just being a pursuit or called in as a pursuit, I had to respond to that call anyhow. So I responded to that location.
Okay. So take me back and describe for me how kind of the radio communication system works. How are you, as Harvey's supervisor, are you automatically three-wayed into his dispatch calls, or how did you come to listen to the call? I don't understand that process.
Everybody can hear it. Everybody can hear it. So if you have a radio system in your vehicle, cruiser, patrol vehicle, which everybody does have the radio system, if I get on the radio and talk, everybody that's out and that has the radio on can hear everything that's going on. Dispatch plus everybody that's in a patrol vehicle.
Okay.
That's equipped with a radio.
Okay. And so as the calls are being reported to dispatch, you're listening in?
Yes.
Okay.
By my radio.
Okay. Did anybody call for backup?
When an officer, which we used 1031 as a pursuit. So when an officer, that's what our pursuit code is. So when an officer calls for 1031 as a pursuit, it's automatically that officers are going to start responding to that location to provide them assistance. Sorry. I thought I turned that off. I don't know why that rang.
Okay. It's automatic that what officers respond if it's a pursuit?
Whoever's out, whoever's on shift is going to start responding to that location, whatever it is, if we have a vehicle pursuit, other officers is gonna respond, try assist in stopping that car if we don't get it stopped in time. So, just use another one as an example. Say if we had a bank robbery and he's in a vehicle and he's trying to get away, every officer that we got out at the time is gonna try to come to that location, try to get that vehicle stopped. So it's automatically, when they hear an officer call a vehicle pursuit, they're gonna start responding to that area to see if they can assist in getting the suspect stopped.
Okay. And so do you know what time you responded to the call or?
Exact time? No,
Okay.
sorry. What time? Oh. Let me see why this thing is, hold on just a minute for me. And I thought I had this thing muted, but apparently I didn't.
Technology.
Okay, we should be on mute now. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Who else responded to the call that evening, aside from you?
Both of my corporals, which would have been Corporal Busby and Corporal Green. People that I can remember being there. James Nash responded, Deputy James Nash. Deputy Chris Hadley responded. I believe Deputy Lorton responded. That's all I recall at the time.
So I'll mark this first as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and this is the call history record.
Oh boy.
Can you see it okay?
I should have brought my other glasses in with me.
Do you have them in the car?
No. I had my workers drop me off, but is it gonna be on the front page that we're?
I'm gonna go over all of it.
Okay.
Can you see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's see. Complaint type, call nature. Do you see that in the middle of page 1?
Point it out to me, if you don't mind.
Right here.
Okay.
And what is the complaint type?
Pursuit.
Okay. And priority is listed as what?
1.
Explain to me priority and how that's determined. What does priority 1 mean?
So that is something that dispatch prioritizes themselves, what type of call it is. I'm not really sure the categories of how they break it down, but a high risk call like a pursuit would take over any other calls.
Okay. Do you know the number range as it relates to priority?
I don't, because I don't work in dispatch and I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Underneath, there's the primary unit and the backup units. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you recognize any of those unit numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Which ones do you recognize?
454 would have been myself. Um, 940 would have been Corporal Busby. 1,036 would have been, oh, it's been a long time. Oh, man. It's, 1,036, I believe, would have been Nash. $11.01 would have been Green.
Corporal Green?
Yes. 11:30 would have been Hadley, I believe. $12.57 and $12.58. I don't know.
Okay. Is the primary unit, the 1139, is that Harvey?
Yes.
Okay. And so the call dates and times, there's a couple of categories. When the call was received, 8:59 and 9 seconds. Shipped, what do they mean by shipped? If you know. Okay.
That's something you'd have to get from dispatch. I don't know.
Okay. Dispatched en route. That en route, is that for just the primary unit or is that for backup units?
Is all the times going to be the same?
Looks like it.
Okay, so if you're doing a traffic stop or whatever thing, or if you're doing a traffic stop, the received, en route, and on scene, I believe, should all be the same time.
Why is that?
I don't know why they built it that way. That's dispatch.
Okay. So obviously they didn't arrive on scene at the same time the call was received, correct?
Well, while you're performing a traffic stop, you're actually
Yep, I'm with you.
you're on scene.
Okay. I want to go to page 2.
Okay.
And we're looking at the subject record. It has Mr. Bowman's name, race, sex, date of birth, all of that, driver's license, and there's a description comments category. Do you see that?
Description, content.
Right underneath the
Yeah, where it
driver's license.
says Florida valid. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes.
It says 54 PL valid and then a number. What does that mean?
Did he have Georgia plates on his vehicle?
I can't answer your questions.
Well, that's the only way I can answer yours, because I don't know, without knowing that.
Okay. So your answer is you don't know what that description or comment means as we sit here today.
To the best of my knowledge, and that looks like a lot of numbers to me on the end of it. So I don't know if that's a Georgia tag or not. If it was a Georgia tag, the best I can tell from that description is they're telling him that it's not stolen.
Okay. That the plate is valid.
It doesn't say, I'm not seeing where it says the plate's valid or not. I mean,
54 PL valid.
that,
see
then
that?
that would mean that it's valid then, yes.
And by valid, that the vehicle is not stolen, correct?
It'd be 54 that the vehicle's not stolen and his plates are up to date and current.
Okay. As far as the activity or those categories with the boxes next to it, do you see anything regarding a checked box of a weapon or a weapon description on this call history record?
I don't see any box checked.
Okay. Under the vehicle record, the vehicle type, do you see underneath it says 5429? What does that mean?
Means it's not stolen.
Okay. Now let's turn to page 3. The call notes. So at 8:59:22, the note is still rolling. Explain to me what that means.
Point out where you're at, if you don't mind. It would help me a little bit better.
Call notes.
That's something that's done by dispatch. I don't know. Only thing that I can answer there is the call still in progress is only, I'm guessing. You would have to ask the dispatcher that was doing these notes what it meant, because I don't.
And what time was that note made?
What time was that note made?
Yes.
That's still rolling? Mm-hmm. At 20:59.
Okay. And let's go to the line right underneath that. 21 hours. What does the note say?
Situation under control.
Okay. And so is that less than a minute after the call is still rolling?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is dispatch communicating with that note?
They're checking on the officers, making sure they're okay.
Okay. And are they advising that the situation is under control?
They're advising that they're okay.
Okay. And let's go to the next note, 902, 33 channel green. What does that mean?
Object to the form.
The green, I don't know, 33 traffic means basically emergency traffic, which is where all traffic is given to, radio traffic is given to Deputy Harvey and Deputy Godey at the time.
So 33 is their channel number.
Green would, let me back up. Green, so they changed it, the channels around, so you've got a green channel, red channel. So they were giving them 33 traffic on the green channel of the radio is what that means.
Okay. And then the next column, 902, K9 bite. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So what does that note mean?
Object to the form.
Apparently that the K9's been released, and apparently a suspect has been apprehended.
Okay. And the next line at 902, T1257 ADV stop pooling.
Stop what?
Is there a question?
What is that?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
Okay. Is T1257 a code or a signal?
Object to the form.
That would have been Goody's training ID number is 1257. I can't advise what that means.
Okay, so I want to take you back to page 1 again.
Yep.
Where we're looking at the backup units, T1257, that's Goody.
It would have to be.
Okay, and then is there another training officer that presented on scene if there's a T1258?
Object to the form.
Because there's a T in front of that number, that does mean that they're in training.
Okay,
But I don't know who that person is.
okay, so now we're going
Or
to go.
who they're assigned with.
Okay, back to page 3. The next line, it says duplicate, source, this call, destination, some letters, a bunch of numbers, medical call at 9:03. What was happening at 9:03?
Object to the form.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. The next line, link created between the two incidents. What's happening at 9:03 and 2 seconds later?
Object to the form.
What are you talking about right here? Is this where you're talking about?
Right here.
I don't know what that is either.
Okay, let's go to the next line, B454, ADV 77. What does that code mean?
Okay,
Object to the form.
I'm on scene by that point, and I'm advising dispatch that the deputies are 77, which means okay. They're okay.
What is the B454? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
And that means Bravo shift.
And let's go to the line underneath, 1098, 33 channel green. I understand the 33 channel green, but what does 1098 mean?
Object to the form.
That means that they can cancel emergency traffic. That they can open up the line to everybody again.
Okay, and then we're gonna skip B1139. What is that code?
Well, where you see B1139.
The next line under 1098 to the left, right after the time.
I see Bravo, okay, 1139. So he's asking for a offense incident case number,
Who's he?
Deputy Harvey.
The next line, Bravo 1130 1012. What does that mean?
Object to the form.
So Deputy Hadley is Bravo 1130, and he's present with Century Ambulance en route to Lake City Medical Center.
Okay, and the next line, changed complaint from traffic stop to pursuit at 9:22 and 5 seconds. Do you see that line?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and this is after the K9 bite occurred at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so why was the complaint changed to a pursuit after the incident had occurred?
You'll have to ask the dispatch that.
Okay.
They keep them records.
Okay. And then the line below, it's changed priority from 2 to 1. Was that also done after the incident occurred?
That was all done by dispatch.
And who would have called that into dispatch?
That's maybe their supervisor at dispatch told them to change that. So it started out as a traffic stop, so they may have entered it as a traffic stop, and then it turned into a pursuit, and then they changed it to a pursuit, is what I'm guessing happened.
Okay.
Okay? We done with those notes?
Yes.
Do you want one more thing?
Yeah, but I'm gonna give you the one without the hole punches in it.
You need this one?
Let me go and put a sticker on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the offense report. I'm gonna show you, we'll mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, which is the Columbia County Sheriff's Office offense report. Okay. Okay, did you approve this report?
Looks like Corporal Green was the supervisor that approved this report.
Okay. Did you ever review this report prior to today?
I think that I read this report before. Can I take a minute to read through this?
Sure.
Corporal Green approved this report, but at some point before or after, I have read this report. The night of the incident.
Okay, so do you recall whether you reviewed it prior to Corporal Green approving it?
I cannot recall that.
As a supervisor of Harvey, were you required to review the report?
No.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but was that someone?
It's just the owner checking.
Oh,
on
okay,
it.
okay. Sorry.
Okay. In that report, what are the charges listed?
Let's see. Looks like the first offense would have been DUI. Looks like the second offense would have been flee and elude Leo. And the third offense would have been resisting arrest.
Okay. To your knowledge, were there field sobriety exercises done that evening?
From what the notes, are you saying field sobriety exercises?
Yes.
I don't think they were.
Okay. Was a breathalyzer given that evening?
From what the note says, yes. By what the notes say here, I would say yes.
Okay. What is it in this report that makes you think a breathalyzer was done?
It says breath alcohol level of 0.08 or more.
Okay. And who issued this report? Who wrote it? Is a better word.
Well, you have two different names, two different officer names on the report, so I cannot clarify who actually wrote the narrative of the report. On one page, you've got Deputy Godey.
What page are you referring to?
Second page of the narrative. You see what I'm talking about at the bottom?
Assisting officers.
Assistant officer, it says Deputy Godey
Okay.
under the narrative section of it. And then on the very last page of it, you got Deputy Harvey name attached to it as well. So I can't clarify who wrote that report.
Is the officer who writes the report responsible for signing it?
Well, she was in training at the time, so if she wrote it, it's most likely he had to review it and sign it as well. I'm not sure. I'm just I can't clarify which one wrote it.
Okay. And here, finish with that one.
You done with that one?
Yeah, we'll mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, the Columbia County Sheriff's Office warrant affidavit. What is the date and time of this warrant affidavit?
Uh, 10/23/2020, 8:59 p.m.
Okay. And who wrote this warrant?
Let's see here. From this one, it's saying Deputy Harvey.
Okay. And did anybody have to approve it?
All affidavits have to be signed by another officer to swear them to it, and my signature is attached to this affidavit.
Where is your signature specifically on this affidavit?
Pretty sure that's my signature. It may not be my signature. I'm gonna stand up and this under the light a little closer.
Watch the microphone.
Oh, yeah, watch your mic.
Okay.
Hooked up. Can you tell?
No, I can't. I don't know if that's my signature or somebody else's signature.
Is an officer required to review?
That could be the booking officer's signature too.
Okay. Are you, as Harvey's supervisor,
Required? Sorry.
required to review and approve any warrant affidavits that he fills out?
No.
And, okay, good. Quick off the record here. I'm going off the record, 11:01.
Okay.
Stand by. Time back on the record, 11:07.
Before we went off the record, we were looking at this warrant affidavit, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. And I'll ask you again, did you approve this warrant affidavit?
That's not my signature.
Okay. What are the charges listed on this warrant affidavit?
Let's see. Count 1 is DUI. Count 2 is fleeing and eluding. Count 3 is resisting arrest.
And you did not have to review and approve this report for accuracy before it was turned in?
I did not.
You did not, or you were not required to?
I'm not required to.
We'll mark as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.
Thank you.
Traffic warning. Is this a traffic warning issued by Officer Harvey?
Yes.
Okay. Is this an actual citation?
No.
Just a warning?
It's a warning.
Was a fine issued?
No.
What was the warning?
No tail lights.
Okay. So is this a faulty equipment?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a misdemeanor?
There was no charge for it.
Okay. We'll show you, we're done with that one. What we'll mark as Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. It's a DUI citation. Who issued this DUI citation?
Deputy Harvey?
Okay. And who was it made out to?
Martinez?
Okay.
Bowman?
Okay. Did you have to review or approve this DUI citation?
Not the citation.
Okay. When was it dated?
It was dated 10/24/2020.
Okay. Is that approximately 90 days following the traffic stop?
What date was the traffic?
October 23rd, 2020.
It wouldn't be 90. No, that wouldn't be 90 days. If it's 10/24 and the traffic stop was done on 10/23, that would have been a day after.
What's the date of the DUI citation?
Show me what you're referring to, because I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this date up here.
October 24th, 2020. Okay, and what is the date that it was actually issued? Filed with the clerk.
Issued or filed with the clerk? What's the question?
Filed with the clerk.
Okay, show me the date that you're referring to.
I'm not referring to the date on the traffic citation. I'm referring to the date on the document that it's filed with the clerk.
Are you referring to this date?
Yes.
That date would have been January 21st, 2021.
Okay, and is that approximately 90 days following the incident?
I don't know how many days that would be.
Approximately 3 months.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 6. What is this document?
It says K9 Deployment Detail Report.
Okay. And is this report required if a K9 is deployed?
Objected for.
Yes.
Did you review and approve this report for accuracy?
I don't have to, no.
Okay. Who signed the report? Who wrote and signed the, strike that, who wrote and signed the report?
Deputy Harvey.
Do you know the importance of completing one of these reports?
All I know is they're required to do it. To keep up with K9 logs. So this would be part of his K9 log, and he's required to keep up with these logs.
Okay. And is that part of Columbia County Sheriff's Office policies and procedures?
Not only theirs, but I think FDLE as well.
Okay. And so it's essentially this is just a report outlining the release of the K9 and the incident surrounding it?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.
You done with this?
Yes. What is this report?
This is a SEER report.
Is this required to be completed following use of force by Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Is it required by any other law enforcement agency to be completed?
I don't know.
I want to come back to this one. Let's come back to Plaintiff 7. Prior to Mr. Bowman being pulled over that evening, had he committed a crime?
Prior to the traffic stop? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did he pose a threat of violence to the public?
Objected for.
Prior to the traffic stop?
At any time prior, during, or after the traffic stop?
Ask that question one more time.
Did he pose a threat of harm to the public?
I can't answer that because I wasn't there for the entire thing.
Did he pose a threat of violence to the public?
I can't answer that because I wasn't there for the entire incident.
Did you listened to the incident occurring through
But
dispatch,
I didn't visualize, see it.
Hold on, let me finish, just for her.
Okay.
Did you listen to the entire incident as it was happening?
Yes.
Okay. And so, based on your following along and listening of the incident over dispatch, did Bowman pose a threat of violence to the public?
Object to the form.
From what I heard, no.
Okay. And then you also discussed the incident with Harvey and Godey following, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you reviewed and approved the use of force report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was Bowman trying to evade or avoid arrest once the vehicle was stopped?
From what I've read and from what I was told and from what I was reviewed, yes.
Okay. Did he try to flee or run from the scene?
No.
Did he try to conceal himself in the bushes?
No.
Okay. Did he voluntarily stop his vehicle?
I don't know.
Okay. Did he hide in a building or any structure following the traffic stop?
No.
Okay. Did he conceal himself from the deputies?
Completely, no.
Okay. I am going to play the video. We'll mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 8.
Is this for me?
Yes.
Let me know if you get in the video.
What's being depicted in the video right now?
That building right there is Pine Grove Baptist Church, and the road runs north and south. That's Highway 441.
And is this Officer Harvey's dash cam?
I would assume so.
I'm going to skip ahead till we get to the noise. I'm doing a very bad job at it. So I'm just going to let it play.
All right, turn it around some. I need to see. Thanks.
10-4, 10-50, what does that mean?
Traffic stop.
Who called that in?
Harvey.
Okay. So at this point, Harvey called in as a to dispatch.
He's
as a
getting
traffic
he's
stop.
getting ready to do a traffic stop.
Okay.
He's preparing himself.
Did you hear what he just radioed to dispatch a second ago?
Back it up and let me hear it again, please. I can't make it out.
Is K9 Drago actively barking in the background?
Object to the form.
Did you hear the I think 10-4 from dispatch?
I heard something about a tag number.
Okay. And so when he says get that tag number, what's being done now?
So he's apparently he's telling Deputy Goody to get the tag number.
Okay.
Bravo.
Is that Deputy Goody reading the tag
Yes.
number?
Yes.
Did you catch any of what dispatch was just saying?
Play it back for me one more time. Okay, they were telling them that the tag came back to a 2016, I don't know what kind, I believe that's, I believe nothing. 2016, it's not stolen, it come back registered to a Bowman, I didn't catch the first name.
Okay. While Bowman was driving down Gerson Lane, was he speeding?
Object to the form.
What speed was he traveling at?
I can't answer your
And
questions.
then I can't answer that either.
Was he driving erratically in this video?
That doesn't appear so.
Was he throwing things out the window?
To this point, I haven't seen that.
Okay. And what is he doing at this point in the video?
He's merging to the left.
Okay. Did you see that his left blinker was on?
Replay it for me.
Let me go back. It's so sensitive.
I see it. Okay.
What is this turning on of a blinker signal to law enforcement?
Well, hopefully he's going to turn left.
Okay. And did you hear Harvey's statement in this video just a second ago?
Replay it for me again. Okay, apparently going to try to bill.
Okay. And so at this point, has Harvey made up his mind that he believes Mr. Bowman's going to try to flee?
Object to the form.
I can't answer for Deputy Harvey. I mean, he says that, but I don't know what leads him up to that.
Okay. Does the vehicle come to a stop?
Yes.
Okay. Is there rules within Columbia County Sheriff's Office about how to position your patrol vehicle when conducting a traffic stop?
We would like to, but it doesn't always happen that way.
Sure. Are there rules in place?
No.
Okay. So I'm just going to play through the series of commands. I just want you to listen, and then I'll ask you a couple of follow-up questions.
What's the matter? Stop right now! You shoot me? Stop! Put your hands out the window! You gonna shoot me? Put your hands out the window! Do not move! Do you understand me? Tell me to get 35, dude.
Tell him to get a 35 unit. What does that mean?
I requesting backup.
So Harvey's calling in for backup.
Yes.
Were you already on your way to the scene before he requested for backup? Okay.
Put
And what is the codes that Godey just called in?
Replay it for me. No, I'm listening to other things.
What is she telling them?
Let me get 35, dude. Alright, you finna shoot me.
Told her you said you were send us to 35.
She's saying the same thing, requesting for backup.
Okay, I think she said 1257. What is that?
That's her ID number.
Okay.
Keep your hands where I feel.
Area Harrison and 441 be sitting on the left side of the control. 1335.
Driver! Driver! Step out the vehicle slowly! Step out the vehicle slowly! Step out of the vehicle slowly!
Listen, me, bro. Come here. Come get me, bro. Come get me, bro. You're not gonna shoot me.
Driver!
Come get me, bro.
I will release my dog if you do not step out of the vehicle! Keep hands on, I'm about to pull my dog.
Big bro, this is my house, bro. You're not gonna shoot me, bro. This is my house right here, big bro. You're not gonna shoot me, bro. Y'all got the red beans on me for what? What you got a gun on me for? Why you got a gun pointed at me?
Send 35.
That's disrespectful, bro.
Is that Godey again relaying to dispatch to send back up?
Yes.
Last warning!
Step out.
Sheriff's House K9!
You want me to get out?
Sheriff's House K9! You better stop! Stand there! Turn around! Face away from me now!
For what?
I will release the dog if you do not!
Release the dog, bro.
Put your hands up! Turn around and face the other way! Now! Slowly! I said slowly! Back towards me! I'm not facing you! You don't face the other way!
The dog, bro.
Last warning! You know! Can I?
Oh my God!
Okay. Is there a command that K9 handlers are required to give to tell the dog to apprehend somebody?
Yes.
What is that command?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you hear Harvey give a command to Drago before the dog was released in this video?
Are you talking about the 999?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Did you hear him give a command to Drago to apprehend?
I did hear a command.
What was the command?
The 999?
Okay. Were Harvey's commands progressing throughout that video?
Object to the form.
No.
Was Harvey giving Mr. Bowman new commands?
He was giving him loud commands. I don't know about new commands, but he was giving him loud, lawful commands.
Was he giving the same command over and over again?
I don't know. We would have to replay it.
Did you call EMS when you arrived on scene?
I think I did ask dispatch if rescue had been called.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not rescue had been called?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
How many, during your 2 or 3 years with Harvey, how many K9 apprehensions with Drago occurred?
Approximately 4 or 5.
Was there a a time when Harvey had any other K9 than Drago under your supervision?
No.
Okay. And is every single K9 apprehension required to be reported?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Number one, because it's a use of force.
Okay.
Number two, it's required by CCSO policy.
Okay. But what is the importance of reporting it?
I don't know what you're trying to ask me, really.
What is the importance of reporting use of force within the sheriff's office?
Because it's Florida statute, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall the 4 to 5 apprehensions by Drago? Can you tell me about those?
I can't remember all of them. No, I can't. One that I recall was off of Leak City Avenue. A guy had a felony warrant. We went to arrest him. He ran out the back door. He was told to stop several times. He didn't stop, and Deputy Harvey released his K9, and the suspect was apprehended. A second one, we were at a drug raid, and the suspect tried to conceal himself back into a residence. And the K9 was released to apprehend the suspect before he got back inside the house.
Were you physically present for both of those arrests? Okay. Does your 4 to 5 include Mr. Bowman's incident?
Yes.
Okay.
Third one was a warrant arrest where the suspect tried to run and was apprehended by Deputy Harvey's K9. And the fourth one was on the interstate, and I can't remember what the charges were, where his K9 was released and the suspect was apprehended. Them's the 4 that I can recall.
Okay. Did you review and approve each, well, strike that. You were present for the first 2 apprehensions. You weren't present when the Bowman apprehension occurred. The last 2 apprehensions that you just discussed, a warrant suspect that tried to run and the one that occurred on the interstate, were you physically present for those?
Not for the one on the interstate. The 2 warrant apprehensions, I was present
Okay.
for. Those 2 I do know that I was present for.
And did you review and approve the use of force reports as it pertains to those apprehensions?
3 out of the, well, let's see. Bowman's I was. So 3 out of the 4, yes.
Okay. Did Harvey have K9 Drago with him every day while on the job?
Almost every day.
Okay. So did you constantly interact with K9 Drago?
No.
Did you interact with K9 Drago on a daily basis?
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
No. Have I interacted with him? Yes.
Okay. We'll mark this as Plaintiff's Exhibit 9. This letter. Take a minute to review this letter, and when you're done, let me know what incident this relates to.
Do you have the incident report that goes along with this?
I do not.
Okay, what's your questions for it, and I'll try to answer it if I can.
Is this one of the 5 apprehensions by K9 Drago that you just mentioned?
No, this is, he used his dog for a air sniff
Okay,
of
so
the vehicle.
did Drago bite any suspect or individual as a result of this incident?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. Was he deployed as a result of this traffic stop?
Yes.
Okay. Are the K9 deployments required to be documented?
It should have been
Whose policy?
CCSO policy.
Okay. And why is it important to document every instance of a K9 being deployed?
Objective form, ask and answer.
One for training purposes, the other for FDLE records, and I think that's it.
Okay. And is it still required to be reported regardless whether or not force was used?
Yes.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 10, I'm going to show you.
You done with this one?
Yes, or keep it, you might need it.
Okay.
Does this document look familiar to you?
I have no idea what it is.
Okay. So I will disclose to you that this is a K9 deployment log for K9 Drago.
Okay.
Okay. And so on this log, is your May 10th, 2019 incident reported?
That would be the date that I wrote this letter. That may not have been the date of this incident.
Okay, I'm going to take you to the first paragraph. On 5/10/2019, Deputy Harvey conducted a traffic stop. Do you agree that the traffic stop occurred on May 10th,
Must have
2019?
happened on 5/10 then.
Do you see it documented on this deployment log? And it starts and goes back. Starts with 21 and decreases back to 18.
What page are you on? That might make this a little quicker. Just count it.
Bait stamp at the bottom, you'll see the bait stamps. And 9043.
4-3. Okay. All right. That's small. From the pages I've reviewed, I do not see that date.
Okay. And I want you to stay on the first page of that report. Actually, strike that. I want you to review the report and tell me how many call-outs regarding use of force are documented in this report.
In this one? All right, so first of all, this report, or whatever this is not titled as anything. So how do I know what this is?
I'm instructing you that it's a K9 deployment log provided to us by your counsel.
It doesn't have Columbia County Sheriff's Office on it. It doesn't have K9 anything on it. So how do I know what, I have no way of knowing what this is.
Let me ask you this. Do the deployment logs that Harvey's required to complete, are they contained on a Columbia County Sheriff's Office? I'm gonna ask you a bunch more questions about this, so you might wanna leave your flashlight on.
Okay.
Are the deployment logs on a Columbia County Sheriff's Office letterhead or a specific paper that they're supposed to be completed on?
Object to the form.
Everything's done by computer now.
Okay.
But every form that I've ever seen with the Columbia County Sheriff's Office, it's titled Columbia County Sheriff's Office or K9 log or something of that nature. This form doesn't have a title of anything on it.
Okay. So, back to my question, how many use of force deployments are on this log?
I don't see where it says use of force nowhere on any of these logs that I see.
If you look at the top heading, you see the top headings above the columns?
Point it out to me. It would help me out a little bit.
The headings up top here above each column.
Uh-huh.
Do you see the use of force column?
Yes.
Where true and false is entered into each entry?
Yes.
Okay. So how many use of force deployments are documented on this log?
Object to the form.
What's the
You haven't demonstrated that he knows how it's demonstrated it's a use of force on this form.
okay.
I'm not comfortable answering that question by this form right here.
Why?
Because number one is not titled. How do I know this is an actual form by the Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
What is the, you said it was all done electronically.
It could be, or most every form is, yes.
Okay, so the
But-
K9 deployment logs, are those documented electronically?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the system used to
I don't
track
know.
that?
I don't know because I'm not in charge of canines.
Okay. And so we'll go through column and column. You see the first heading, it's titled date.
Are we talking about the same form?
Yes. You see where the first column's titled date.
Okay.
And then the records subtype is explaining what's being conducted. Do you agree with that?
Is there a question?
Yeah.
Okay. I do see that.
Okay, and so under the records subtype, do you see where it says call out patrol, vehicle search? Their descriptions listed?
I see the different kind of searches
Okay.
and stuff. Yes.
And so is that Harvey describing what the K9 is being used for?
Object to the form.
Deputy Harvey's name is printed on the form. Yes. But nowhere on this form is his signature on it.
Are K9 deployment logs required to be signed by the deputy?
I don't know, but how do we know this is a canine log form?
I can't answer your questions.
I
I've
can't-
instructed you
This
that,
is not a legal form to me.
okay. I've instructed you that this is a document provided by your counsel that they've indicated to us is the K9 deployment log between Harvey and Drago.
Okay.
Okay.
And Sergeant Harrison, if I can interject, she is correct. This is a document that we presented to them that we obtained from the
So
agency.
this is from the agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'll answer your questions.
So, do you see the column titled use of force?
Let me turn my light back on. Okay, go ahead.
Do you see the column titled use of force?
Yes.
Okay, and in that column, Harvey seems to enter true or false. Do you-
Object to the form.
Okay.
Okay, and so can you tell me how many entries were made by Harvey documenting the use of force by K9 Drago?
Object to the form is characterization of the evidence.
I still answer?
Yes.
You can.
Okay.
Do you understand the question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She had, what I see is 2,
Okay.
but that's some small print.
Okay, we're gonna stay on this for a minute. So the first one, what is the location and date of the first documented use of force by Drago?
Is that 7/5/21?
The location?
The location, I thought you meant the date. What is that, Tower Road in Osceola Forest.
Okay.
That's what that is.
And out of the 4 to 5 incidences of K9 being deployed, which one does this fall under?
What do you mean?
Objecting for?
You described 4 instances, 5 where Harvey released Drago, just a couple of minutes ago. Do you recall going over those?
I was not on scene for that.
Okay, so my question is, out of the 5 that you just described to me, is this Tower Road incident one of those?
No.
Okay. And I will direct you. Thank you. Okay, debate stamp 38.
Which one?
38.
That'd be the second page, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And is the second documented use of force the incident with Mr. Bowman?
To help me out, point me where that.
Fourth column from the bottom. 4th row up.
1, 2, 3, 4. And is that Gerson? Is that what that says?
I can't answer your questions.
Then how can I answer yours? If that is Gerson Street, and I think that says Gerson Street, from what I can see.
Okay. So the 4 apprehensions by Drago are not documented on this report anywhere
Objecting
that you
for.
previously described?
Well, if this is Gerson Street, then that would have been the Bowman case.
Correct. And you listed 5, including Bowman.
Said approximately.
Okay.
Okay. But that would have been one of them
Okay.
on Gerson Street.
Are the other 4 that you mentioned listed on this report anywhere?
Only seen 2 that said true.
Okay. And the Tower Road one, you previously testified that that is not one of the 4 that you mentioned, correct?
No.
Okay. So why weren't the 4 that you mentioned documented?
I can answer that.
Were they required to be documented?
By policy, they should have been
And so-
documented.
Did Harvey violate policy by not documenting these
Objected upon.
deployments?
I don't know, I would have to review policy on that one.
But it is a required policy.
For this log,
Yes.
I'm not for sure, but if you let me see policy, I could probably answer that.
Okay. What number are we on? 10?
That's one more time.
Okay, so I'm gonna
that
show.
This one?
Yeah.
Do you want this one too?
No, I just need one copy tomorrow. No, it doesn't matter who gives it to me.
And do y'all need this back too?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. 11. I'll give this one to you. Okay, and so is this a Columbia County Sheriff's Office incident report?
Yes.
Okay. And is the suspect James Vernon Mitchell based on this report?
Okay.
Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so take a minute and go ahead and read the offense description and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. Did Mr. Mitchell sustain an injury to his leg as a result of K9 Drago?
From what I'm reading, yes.
Okay, and so is that a use of force that should have been documented?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take you back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 to this deployment log and direct your attention to the April 6, 2021 entry. It's just shy of the middle of the page towards the bottom.
On the first page?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do you see the 4/6/21 entry?
We're on the very first page, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're starting from the bottom column and going up how many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's the 8th entry.
8. With the case number
Do you see the 4/6/21 entry?
426 entry.
4/6/21 entry.
Point out what you're showing me or asking me about.
Do you see the date 4/6/21 on this log?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 4/6? 4/6?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, and so walk over with me to the agency number. Does that agency number on this entry match up to the agency number on Mr. Mitchell's incident report?
Yes.
Okay, and under the use of force column for this entry, does it say true or false?
Says false.
Okay, is that accurate?
Says false.
Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who's responsible for maintaining these deployment logs?
The K9 handler and supervisor over the K9s.
Okay. What's the difference between a canine bite and a canine nip?
Check to the form.
I don't know.
Is there one?
Check to the form.
No.
Okay. When a canine is deployed, are they instructed where to bite the victim or suspect individual?
No.
Are they trained to bite a specific area of the body?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's take a break. If this is a good time to take a break.
Okay, stand by. Time going out the record, 12:09. Okay, time back in the record, 12:43.
Officer Harrison, are you aware as we sit here today of additional apprehensions by Drago that are not reported on this log, aside from what we've already spoken about?
No.
What is Columbia County Sheriff's Office policies and procedures as it pertains to initiating a routine traffic stop?
Object to the form.
I haven't reviewed that in some time. I would have to review that and answer that.
Okay. How do you train your officers underneath your supervision to conduct traffic stops?
Object to the form.
Well, first, you've got to be familiar with traffic laws. That way you can identify them correctly. And then when they have a good grasp of identifying traffic laws, and then we teach how to perform traffic stops.
Okay. And can you tell me specifically what you teach them in regards to performing the traffic stops?
So when I trained deputies, this is the way that I would train them before I allowed them to start doing traffic stops. And I'll repeat it again. First, you've got to be able to identify what a traffic violation is. Secondly, I would write down on a piece of paper exactly how a traffic stop should be conducted. An example is, as far as giving the information to dispatch, allowing dispatch to respond back to you, that gives dispatch time to get set up on the computer to enter the information. Most importantly is giving the tag information, the description of the vehicle, how many occupants are in the vehicle, if you can see how many occupants are in the vehicle, and your location. It's always important before you stop a vehicle to allow dispatch to give you that information back. And what are the importance of that reason? You want to know if that vehicle's wanted. You want to know if there's a person inside that vehicle that may be wanted. You want to know if that vehicle is stolen or not before you actually activate your lights and stop that vehicle. That's the most important thing of it. And then it's the approach and the contact with the occupants of the vehicle. And that's how I trained my deputies to do traffic stops.
And how did you train them on the approach of the vehicle?
It's according where you're at, and it's according how you're parked, and it's according how the roadway is and how the ditches vary. The safest way through statistics and researches and stuff, a passenger side approach is the most safest approach to a vehicle. And I tried to teach passenger side approaches as much as possible. And always be as curious as you can to people by getting their name, their driver's license, their insurance information and such as that, and let them know what you stopped them for. And then return back to your car in a safe manner until computers came about. And one thing I had against computers is it kind of made you come back and sit in your vehicle. I always taught, don't ever get back in your vehicle, always stay outside your vehicle. But do what you got to do by getting all the information right. and then teaching them either write a warrant or a citation and how to present that back to them.
And if they do the tag run through dispatch, and the vehicle is reported as stolen, or there's a warrant out for the driver, does that change the nature of the traffic stop?
It does.
And how so?
Well, if it's stolen, it's obviously a felony at that point, so that's going to turn into a high-risk traffic stop. We say time is on your hands, but it can't always be time on your hands. It's just according what happens. But we try to allow more officers to get there to assist us and set up to do a felony stop as safely as we can. That's what we're going to try to do. That's in the best instance of getting several officers there and setting up to do a felony stop.
Okay. And what about if there's a warrant out for that individual's arrest? Does that escalate it from a traffic stop?
Not necessarily. It's just according what kind of warrant it is.
Okay. And did Mr. Bowman, was his vehicle reported as stolen?
No.
And to your knowledge, did he have any warrants out for his arrest?
No.
Okay. At any point, did Harvey or Godey approach Mr. Bowman's vehicle from the passenger side?
So would that turn into a vehicle pursuit? They did not approach the vehicle.
Okay. Did they speak to him in a courteous manner and inform him of the reason for the stop?
I think they instructed him lawfully of what to do and to comply.
Did they inform him in a courteous manner of why they pulled him over?
At that time, no.
Okay. Do you know how long the distance of Gerson Road to Mr. Bowman's ultimate stopping? Strike that as a horrible question. Do you know the distance between the beginning of Gerson Road to where Mr. Bowman ultimately stopped?
No.
Okay. What would lead an officer in a traffic stop to believe that an individual was armed?
I'm going to object to the form. You're asking for his opinion on this?
No. You can answer.
I can't answer for nobody else. Okay, I'll answer for myself. Mm-hmm. Unless I have knowledge that there's a weapon inside that vehicle or he displays a weapon, then there's no way that I know that he's armed unless I have history of his past.
And that would come from dispatch, correct?
Unless I'm familiar with that subject.
Okay. Based on what you know of this incident, did Harvey or Godey have any reason to believe that Mr. Bowman was armed?
I couldn't tell you why. If they thought he was armed, I couldn't tell you why. I don't know. That would be something you would have to ask them. I don't know.
Okay. Is it safe? Strike that. Do you train your officers contradict that. Is it safe for an officer to stop an individual in the middle of a road?
Is it safe? I would say no, but if that's where they stop at, then that's where you're gonna make the initial contact for. That's what emergency lights are for on a vehicle, for people to yield and to know that we're at that location. So that's what emergency lights are for. But to your question, no, not in the middle of the road. It's gonna be safe for anybody.
Okay. And is the goal of Columbia County Sheriff's Office in conducting traffic stops the safety of the officer and the citizens and the public?
Object to the form.
You can answer.
It's always for the safety of the officers and the citizens of Columbia County.
Okay. Was the PA system used by Harvey or Godey in this stop at any point?
Not that I observed.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that's required as part of Columbia County's traffic law enforcement policies?
I do not know.
Okay. What are we on? Plaintiff's Exhibit 12? I'm going to direct your attention, I guess first, can you read me the title of this document?
Traffic law enforcement.
Okay. And this is from Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Who's responsible for writing these policies within the Sheriff's Office?
At the current time,
In current time, you mean October of 2020?
no, today's date,
Okay.
I believe it's Chris Parker that writes the policies of the Columbia County Sheriff's Office. And then they're reviewed by the command staff and approved up the chain of command. And then finally approved by the sheriff.
Okay. And what's Chris Parker's rank?
Sergeant.
Okay. Did you ever have the responsibility of writing or revising policies for Columbia County Sheriff's
No.
Office? Do you know who was doing it in October of 2020?
Larry. What's Larry's last name? Ozier? Larry Ozier?
What was the last name?
Ozier, maybe? First name Larry, I know for sure.
How often are they revised?
Don't know.
Do you know what would cause a revision to the policy?
Changing laws, legal updates. That's only two things I can think of right now.
You testified earlier regarding Godey's training and the use of the tools to help her learn. Is the tools or training or incidences that occur within the sheriff's office something that would prompt changes to these policies, to your knowledge?
If it was discovered like it was a a safety concern for the officer, or in the tools that we use, yes.
And then they're distributed throughout if changes are made?
Yes.
Okay. And so as sergeant or watch commander, part of your responsibility is ensuring that these policies and procedures are followed?
Check to the form.
Yes.
Were weapons drawn by Harvey and Godey when they exited the vehicle on the night of the stop?
From what I
Check to
seen,
the form.
from what I've seen on the video, I know for a fact that Deputy Godey had her weapon drawn.
Okay, what about Officer Harvey?
I could not see him in the video.
Was it documented in Harvey's use of force report that you approved?
I don't know without reviewing it.
Okay. Was it documented in the incident report or warrant affidavit that you saw?
I would have to go back and review it.
Okay. Would that be something that would be important to document?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to direct your attention to this policy on page 4. We are subsection K1.
Okay.
We'll start with K. K, the deputy in command shall direct each occupant utilizing the public address system to exit the vehicle individually according to specific directions and into the appropriate search position after which the approach may be made. Based on your knowledge, were the other individual occupants of the vehicle ordered out?
I don't recall by the video of how they were ordered out of there, out of the two other occupants.
Were they ordered out at the same time as Mr. Bowman?
No.
Okay. Was the PA system used to order anybody out of the vehicle that night?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay. So K1, if a public address system is not available, the deputy in command shall give voice commands. If they are not heard or ignored by the suspect, the deputy shall wait for assistance prior to approaching the vehicle. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Did Officer Harvey wait for backup to arrive before releasing Drago?
No.
Okay. Direct you to page 8 of that policy, subsection O, equipment violations.
Page 8. Subsection. What subsection again?
O.
Okay.
Equipment violations, deputies shall consider issuing warnings for minor equipment violations. Did that occur in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And was he also charged with fleeing and eluding in DUI?
Yes.
And do you know the results or outcome of those disposition of those criminal charges?
Through hearsay, knowledge that I know is he was found not guilty.
Okay. Do you know what happened with the DUI?
I have no idea.
Did you have the authority to downgrade a traffic stop?
Check to the form.
A traffic stop? Mm-hmm. No.
Okay, I'm going to take you to page 9, subsection T, number 2. Deputies are authorized to, let me know when you're there, sorry.
Are we on page 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Subsection T, number 2. Deputies are authorized to engage in emergency vehicle operations as necessary. Based on the totality of factors, the shift supervisor has the authority to downgrade call response status. What does that mean?
That's for pursuits, not routine traffic stops. So for a pursuit, I can cancel it, but not on a traffic stop.
Okay. Plaintiffs that were Exhibit 13.
Are we done with this one?
Yes, sir.
Well, just let me, might be a little bit easier if I give you this. Back like this, and there you go.
Thank you. Do you recognize this policy?
Yes,
What is it?
emergency pursuits.
Okay. Was the traffic stop on October 23rd, 2020 an emergency pursuit?
Vehicle pursuit, yes.
Did you have authority to terminate the pursuit?
Yes.
Did you?
No.
Okay. Direct you to page 3, pursuit supervisory command responsibility. Number 3, the on-duty supervisor. Is that you?
That would be the corporal first.
Corporal who?
It would have been Corporal Busby at the time.
Okay. Shall conduct a critique of the pursuit as soon as reasonably possible. The critique may be as simple or as complex as the circumstances dictate. What do they mean by critique? Is that filling out the reports?
That means making sure that the SEER is completed and forwarded to the commanders, and making sure the offense report and all that's has been wrote and forwarded to the lieutenant to go up the chain of command.
Okay. Did Harvey advise of the nature of the charges against Bowman during that stop?
No.
Okay. Would a pit maneuver been dangerous to do here
Object
in
to
this
the form.
situation?
That's for Harvey to answer. I can't answer that.
Okay, well, as his supervisor, somebody that oversees and trains him,
Object to the
in
form.
your opinion, would a pit maneuver have been appropriate here?
Object to the form is characterization of evidence.
You can answer.
If you're asking my opinion, if I would have done it or not,
As his supervisor and as a training officer, would you have? Do you
First
feel
off-
that a pit maneuver was appropriate under these circumstances?
Object to the form.
You can answer.
first off, I don't train to do pit maneuvers.
Okay. Why?
Okay? Because I'm not an instructor to teach them.
Okay.
Okay, you have to be a certified instructor to teach pit maneuvers. Secondly, I don't tell officers when they should do a pit maneuver, okay, because I don't know when it's safe and not safe. And I'm gonna give you an example of that. You're in that closet and you can't see outside that closet. You don't know what the dangers are out here, but there's possible a danger out here. Are you gonna come out of that closet? That's an example. So I don't instruct people when to do pit maneuvers because of that safety. Number one, I don't know who's walking up and down that street. And if I remember correctly, there was somebody walking up and down that street from that video. Is that correct?
I can't answer your questions.
Well, we can go back and review it.
We will.
And I think there was somebody walking up and down that street at the time. It was a short distance, and you have to get set up to do a pit maneuver. We can go back to that street, and you've got to be able to look. You can't have tunnel vision. You've got to have a wide view vision. Is there any trees nearby that he could possibly strike? Is there any deep ditches that if I do this, he's going to go down and overturn in? There's all the things that you've got to account. So sometimes split second decisions, you just can't do it. You've got to get set up for it. With the people walking down the street and stuff and him having to get set up to do it, no, I don't think it would have been adequate for him to do it during that time.
Okay. Is it Columbia County Sheriff's Office policy to allow a pit maneuver to be used against any vehicle that doesn't stop?
Object to the form.
If it's during a vehicle pursuit, he can use it if it's safe to do the pit maneuver during that pursuit.
Okay. Or pursuit and conducting a traffic stop the same thing, or are we on two different? Okay, so
You're talking about a routine traffic stop.
okay.
So if somebody's stopping for tag light out, we don't want to use a pit maneuver on them
Okay.
by no means. But if it's somebody that's trying to elude law enforcement, then yes, we're going to try to get that vehicle stopped in the safest manner that we can.
Okay. And if
And
they're
pit maneuver is one of the options to get that vehicle stopped. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no,
but-
you're fine. I interrupted you that time. And what are signs or characteristics that a vehicle is attempting to elude?
You have to look at their driving mannerisms, for one. That's what sirens are for. Lights are for, to get that person's attention and knowledge, especially at nighttime hours. Them lights are going to be a lot more visible. You're going to be able to see them lights flashing. Unless you're mute or deaf, you should be able to hear them sirens, by no means. And that's a sign to stop, pull over, stop. If we get you stopped and that's not a safe location to stop, we're gonna move you to a safe location.
So you said they're driving mannerisms. So what about those driving mannerisms specifically would make you think this vehicle is trying to elude?
Sometimes they're erratic. Sometimes there's all kinds of different ones. It's according if the person's impaired, they're scared. It's according what if the person's impaired or what they're trying to do to evade law enforcement. A lot of times somebody that's impaired, and I'll just use that as an example, their faculties, I guess you would say, is not completely right, and they'll drive at slow speeds for a long distance, even with your lights and sirens going, before they ever stop. I've had people that I can't say I've had people, but over the years I've seen people that's been impaired and drove miles before they stopped. And I've seen it where we've had to pit people that was impaired to get them to stop.
But what about that driving pattern are you looking for or is needed for purposes of?
Most of the time after you give somebody a warning with their sirens going and they're still driving down the road, well, we consider that as fleeing, that you're trying to get away from law enforcement.
So your testimony is that the only driving pattern that makes an officer believe a vehicle is fleeing is if they continue to drive down a road?
Object to the form.
Why wouldn't they stop if your lights and sirens were going?
I'm asking you the question.
And that's my explanation. Why wouldn't they stop if lights and sirens are going? That's what law says, that you're going to stop upon the command of law enforcement with your lights and sirens going.
Okay, so
when
anything.
you refuse to stop, that's fleeing from law enforcement.
Okay, so not stopping the vehicle.
Not stopping the vehicle.
Okay. Or I guess I should say not voluntarily stopping the
That's
vehicle.
correct. It doesn't matter how you're driving. If you don't stop and you've been given that warning to stop, you can be charged with fleeing and eluding.
What other circumstances occur in fleeing apprehensions?
Object to the form.
Ask me that question again.
It was a bad question, I'm sorry. Would erratic driving be a sign that an individual is trying to flee?
Object to the form. Ask and answer.
In my opinion, yes.
Would speeding be an indication to an officer that an individual is attempting to flee?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Do most arrests involving fleeing and eluding charges against an individual, do the facts contain speeding or erratic behavior or a danger to others on the roadway?
Object to the form.
Make that question a little bit clearer for
You
me.
know. How many traffic stops have you done that have turned into a felony stop of an individual fleeing and eluding law enforcement?
Over 25 years, you want me?
Approximately. Rough number. Hundreds, thousands,
No, hundreds or thousands.
less than 50?
Less than 50.
Okay. And in those stops, is the suspect usually speeding or driving erratically or becoming a danger to others on the roadway?
Object to the form.
Some of them have, some of them haven't.
Okay. Could Harvey have waited for backup to arrive before releasing Drago?
Object to the form.
He had backup there.
At the time that the dog was released? Who was present on the scene?
Deputy Goody.
Okay. She's a field training officer, correct?
Object to the
But
form.
that was his backup.
Okay. Could Harvey have waited for additional backup to arrive before releasing K9 Drago?
Object to the form.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay. Could he have instructed Bowman to walk towards Godey instead of releasing the K9?
Object to the form.
He could have instructed several things, but from the video, he wasn't getting anything accomplished.
Could he have instructed Mr. Bowman to walk towards Officer Godey?
Object to the form.
He could have instructed anything.
Okay. Okay, Plaintiff's Exhibit 14. I'm
done with
gonna
that one?
yes, sir. Show you what is the title of this document?
K9 teams.
And this is created by Columbia County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And a policy that you and your subordinate officers must follow?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much training Officer Harvey is required to conduct on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis? Why?
Why what?
Why don't you have knowledge of how much training Drago is required to undergo with, Harvey's required to undergo with Drago?
Now, number one, it's been a long time since I've been in K9.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, I'm not in charge of K9 teams.
Wait, but you're in charge of, or you were in charge of Officer Harvey, who was a K9 handler.
I am.
Okay. Do you know how he should have documented the training with the K9?
He has training logs.
Okay. Do you review or approve those training logs? Okay. Is it common for canines to be used in traffic stops?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We covered this earlier. Take a log. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 15.
Are we done with this?
Yes. And I will instruct to you that this is a document produced by counsel, what purports to be a K9 training log between Harvey and Drago.
Okay.
Do you have, strike that. Can you tell me how much training Harvey did with Drago in November of 2019?
Are you asking for like hours?
Yes. November of 2019.
I have no idea.
Based on what's reported in this log, how many hours of training were done?
Does it keep up with the hours? Does it tell you the hours?
I would object at this point. You haven't demonstrated that Sergeant Harrison even has knowledge of this document. That might be
I think he previously testified that he was aware that they had to log their hours in the system.
Okay, but have you asked him whether he has knowledge of the document that's in front of him?
Okay. Officer Harrison, are you aware?
Sergeant Harrison.
Sorry. Are you aware of this K9 training log?
Okay. Earlier I answered, I've been out of K9, from being a K9 for a long time. I'm not familiar with K9 logs.
Okay.
I don't know how they work anymore. I was not responsible for K9 logs. I wasn't responsible for reviewing K9 logs. I'm not responsible for K9 training. Lieutenant Holloway was their immediate supervisor for K9s.
Okay.
I have no idea how many hours they're required anymore.
Okay.
or none of that.
Okay, well, what I want to direct your attention back to the log. Do you see the subsections at the top? Date, record subtype, creator, location, city, state, and hours, minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And under the record or subtype, do you agree that that's categorizing what kind of training Harvey is doing with Drago?
Object to the form.
Where it says records, subject type?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so sometimes he would do narcotics training as far as...
building searches and obedience training and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yes, I see it.
And he documents who the creator is. Harvey created this log. The location of where he did those subject types or training. And the hours or minutes that he spent conducting the training.
see.
Object to the
Okay.
form.
I see that.
Okay. And so for November of 2019, how many hours, based on this log, did Harvey spend conducting training with Drago?
Without using a calculator, just figure it in my head, 30 to 35 hours.
In November of 2019?
Oh, just for November.
Yes, sir.
I thought you meant for a whole year of November. I mean, for a whole year of 19. Sitting here counting trying to count the whole thing. I don't see none for November.
Okay. And if you stay on that same Bates stamps 3328, just to streamline this, for December of 19, how many hours did Harvey log in training with K9 Drago?
Four from what I see.
In January of 2020, how many hours were logged?
What page are we on now?
It goes from 328 over on to 327.
So go back to 27. I see January of 20. Is that correct?
January of 2020, yes.
11.
Okay. In February of 2020, how many hours were logged?
$17.
In March of 2020, how many hours were logged?
$0.
So March of 2020, Harvey spent a total of 0 time training with K9 Drago, based on this log.
That's what I'm reviewing.
Okay. April of 2020, how many hours did Harvey spend training with Drago?
5 hours.
In May of 2020, how many hours did Officer Harvey spend training with Drago?
I don't see anything listed for me.
In June of 2020, how many hours did Harvey spend training with Drago?
Looks like 6 hours.
In July of 2020, how many hours did he spend training with Drago?
About 5.5, something like that.
Okay. In August of 2020, how much time did Harvey spend training with Drago?
This one box, I don't know if that's a typo or what. First page, if you go up a second from the bottom.
What other hours aside from the August 14th, 2020 and were spent training?
You got August the 15th and August the 30th, which is 2 hours total. August the 14th, I don't know.
Okay. September of 2020, how many hours did Harvey spend training with Drago?
Four.
October of 2020, how many hours did Harvey spend training with Drago?
Six and a half.
November of 2020, how many hours did he spend training with Drago?
1 hour.
December of 2020?
5 hours and 30 minutes.
And January of 2021? outside of the two entries that appear to have typographical errors.
Well, about 47 and a half to 48 hours.
I'm going to take you back to the Columbia County Sheriff's Office K9 teams. That was Plaintiff's Exhibit 14. And direct your attention to subsection E1, procedure and organizational structure. The K9 team shall be organized under the patrol division, and the K9 teams shall operate under the supervision of the watch commander they are assigned to when engaged in normal duty assignments. Is Harvey assigned to you as the watch commander?
Yes.
And so essentially him and Drago as a K9 team were operating under your supervision?
By policy, it says so.
Okay. Was Drago sick or unhealthy, to your knowledge?
Object to the point.
I would have no way of knowing that. I mean, by my knowledge, no.
Okay. Any reason that he would not have been able to complete the necessary training each month?
Object to the point.
To my knowledge, no.
Any reason to believe that he couldn't have performed his daily work duties?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to direct your attention back to that policy, page 5, subsection 7, calls for K9 response.
Okay.
Okay. It continues on to page 6. The following categories of calls should be considered as a response for K9 teams, and it goes through A through I. Go ahead and read through those and let me know when you're finished.
Starting with 7.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Did Mr. Bowman's incident fall under any of these categories?
Yes.
Which one?
H.
Can you read it for me?
Any other call where, in the opinion of the K9 handler, the team would be beneficial in assisting or functioning as the primary unit.
Did you authorize Harvey and Drago as the primary unit to respond to this call?
Object to the form.
No, I didn't, but I don't have to.
Was Harvey or Godey removed from the line of duty following this incident?
No.
Okay. Were they placed on administrative leave?
No.
Were preliminary investigations done?
I have no knowledge about that.
Well, as the supervisor for both of them.
From my knowledge, I am not aware of it.
Okay.
Of any kind of investigation.
Okay. Were Harvey or Godey assigned to any administrative duties?
But not to my knowledge.
Okay. If you don't have knowledge of it, who would?
So if they were placed on administrative leave or anything, with me being their supervisor, I would have had knowledge of it.
Okay. Okay. I might have. Did I already ask you if they were assigned any administrative duties?
Yes.
Okay. Did they undergo any critical incident stress debriefing?
No.
Okay. Do you agree that once compliance is reached, that an officer must de-escalate his response?
Object to the form. Vague. Unclear.
What do you mean by de-escalate?
Okay. Once compliance is reached, do you agree that an officer must de-escalate his response level to the minimum level of force used
Same
to
objection.
effectuate the officer's objectives?
Same objection.
I believe that when a suspect stops resisting, and compliance is gained, what's the word I'm looking for? Compliance is gained. And the scene's safe, everything should go back to normal.
What do you mean everything should go back to normal?
That's the only word I can think of right now to use for that.
Should tensions de-escalate?
Object to the form.
Tension should go back to normal behavior.
Okay.
I'll need a break in about 5 minutes.
Do you want to just go ahead and take one now? I'm about to get
That
into
would be great.
Yeah, stand by.
anytime you need them.
Time going off the record, 1:49.
Just say the
Recording
word.
stopped.
Okay, we're now back on the record, 1:55.
Okay, I'm going to instruct you back to the Columbia County Sheriff's Office policies and procedures on K9 teens and direct you to page 10.
Okay.
13 C 123. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. The K9 may be used to locate and apprehend a subject if the K9 handler reasonably believes that the subject has either committed or is about to commit any crime. Did Bowman commit any crime prior to the traffic stop?
Object to the form.
Prior to the traffic stop? No.
Okay. Any indication that he was about to commit a crime?
Prior or during?
Both.
Prior, no. During, yes.
Okay. And if any one of the following condition exists, if there's reasonable belief that the subject poses a threat of violence or harm to the public, did Bowman pose a threat of violence or harm to the public?
Are we on number 1?
Yes, sir.
It says poses a threat of violence or harm to the public. So, through reports, we can't see on the video, he goes in and out of the car several times. We don't know what he's going in the car after. We don't know if he has the intentions of going after a weapon or not. So we don't know why he was going in and out of the vehicle.
Okay. And you can't see Bowman on the vehicle at all?
None of us can.
Correct. Okay. And so your reporting or your understanding is based on the reporting of Officer Harvey.
That's correct.
Okay. And whether or not what he tells you is accurate.
Just like, yes.
Okay. Did you interview Miss Jones regarding what happened?
Who's Miss Jones?
The other individual in the car.
One of the individuals that was in the car? You're referring to both the females, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I read their statements, yes.
Did you interview them personally?
I was standing there when they were writing their statements and another deputy was interviewing them. And I did hear them ever say that they asked Mr. Bowman to stop several times.
Okay. Did you interview the other occupant of the vehicle, Miss Janigan?
I did speak to one of them briefly, but I cannot recall which one that I spoke to.
Okay.
Because I couldn't point him out today if I needed to. I couldn't tell you which one was which.
Okay. Did you speak to Mr. Bowman and ask him what occurred?
No.
Okay. So back to page 10, C2. The subject is actively resisting or attempting to evade arrest at that time. Was Mr. Bowman fleeing?
The subject is actively resisting or attempting to evade arrest at the time. From how I read that, I would say yes.
Okay, what does actively resisting mean?
Actively resisting could be... Do you have the use of force policy? Do you have the use of force policy?
I do, but you tell me based on your own words and recollection what actively resisting means.
Tell you from what use of force policy says.
Can you tell me from your recollection and training and experience as we sit here today?
Without being able to look at the definition of it, I'd say actively resisting would be not following lawful commands.
The subject is actively eluding capture by fleeing, hiding in buildings, structures, or other terrain, or concealing themselves from deputies. Do you have any indication that Bowman was doing any of those things?
Read it to me one more time.
We're on subsection 3, page 10 of C.
You're on
Number 3.
number 3. No.
Okay. What number are we on?
60.
So I'm gonna hand you.
You want this one back?
Yes,
There you go.
I think that's the exhibit. Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 16. Just need this one. Okay. And so this is Facebook comments between Chris David Harvey, and Blaine Cruz. Who's Blaine Cruz?
Well, he was a corporal that once worked for me and then went to Lottsville County Sheriff's Office.
Did he work with you around October of 2020?
It was. He was not under my supervision. Honestly, I don't know if he was still at the sheriff's office at that time or if he had left.
Okay. And what about Chris David?
Yes, I know who Chris David is.
Okay, who's Chris David?
He is a deputy for the Columbia County Sheriff's Office. He previously left and came back. I don't know, I can't remember the time frame when he left.
Is his legal name Chris David, or is it something else?
No,
His last name?
No, it's something else.
Do you recall his last name as we sit here? What is it?
It's Alfred.
Okay. And so read this and let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
Have you ever seen these Facebook posts or comments before today?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to tell me the substance of conversation or anything, but was it from Mr. Harvey, Chris David, or Blaine Cruz, or from counsel?
I've seen them briefly once before, but I can't remember who showed them to me. Honestly, it's been a long time ago, so I don't remember who showed them to me, and I didn't even read the whole thing, so.
Okay. Do you agree that these comments are acknowledging that Drago bit Chris David?
Object to the form. Mischaracterization of evidence.
Doesn't say anything about a bite from what I'm reading.
Okay.
And it does say a nip. I don't know what he means by a nip. I read where it said nip the radio, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Okay. And also my butt cheek.
Is there a question?
Does it also say and also my butt cheek?
It says something about a butt cheek. It doesn't say the butt cheek was bit.
David Harvey, all I remember is Drago nipping my radio and my butt cheek, and then I just put my arm out because I knew he was about to bite me.
Okay, is there a question?
Let me read the context of
You
the
did.
sentence first. So, did Drago nip at Chris David's radio and butt cheek?
Object to the form.
I don't know if he did or not. That's what the text, I guess that's a text, is saying.
Okay. And does it indicate that Chris David or Chris Alford put his arm out because he knew Drago was about to bite him?
Object to the form.
Said that he did put his arm out.
Okay. And is Blaine Cruz, as a corporal of Columbia County Sheriff's Office, aware of this incident?
Well, it sounds like he is.
Okay. And was a report ever done?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you see where Blaine Cruz states the victim didn't wish to have a report done?
It said he was going to make a huge deal about it, and we might have to do a report, is what it says.
And they're talking about our new corporal was going to make a huge deal about it. We might have to do a report. Was Mr. Cruz corporal for Harvey and Alfred at the time?
It sounds like it, yes.
Okay. And so is Blaine Cruz acknowledging that a report wasn't done in the next comment?
Object to the form.
If there was no injuries, there wouldn't have to be a report done.
Okay. But you don't know whether or not there was.
No, I don't.
But you do acknowledge that a nip or a bite occurred by
Object to the
Drago.
form.
I don't know if the text says there was a nip. If it was a bite, there would be an injury, and a report would have to be done. I will say that.
Okay. And did Harvey ever notify you of this incident prior to you seeing these Facebook posts?
I just vaguely remember this. So I don't remember on that, honestly, about that.
Okay, but do you I'm trying to understand whether or not you remember the incident from reviewing the Facebook post, or if you remember the incident from Harvey reporting it to you.
I don't remember that.
Okay. We are going back to plaintiff's exhibit
You done with this?
14. K9 teams. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 11, number 15, post-bite guideline. Post-bite guidelines.
What page again?
11,
Okay.
number 15.
Good.
Okay. Whenever a canine bites any person, the following procedures shall be followed. And I'm going to take you down to subsection F. Should an accidental bite by an agency canine occur during normal work or off-duty hours, the following procedures shall be followed. The handler shall immediately ensure first aid is rendered, and if the subject, if willing, is transported to a hospital for proper medical attention. The handler shall make no statement as to liability or fault to involved subjects. The handler involved shall prepare a detailed report of the incident. All reports shall include photographs of the injuries, place of occurrence, copies of the medical records if obtainable. Was a report ever prepared for this incident between Mr. Alford, Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Cruz with Drago?
Object to the form, ask and answer.
I don't know that there would had to be, and to my knowledge about a report, no.
Okay. The handler shall notify the watch commander who shall respond to the incident location. Was that done in regards to this incident?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
If an agency member is bitten, first aid shall be given and the member transported to the hospital if necessary. An offense incident report shall be completed to include a first report of injury form. Was an offense incident report completed in this instance?
Object to the form.
Was there an incident though? Was he actually bitten?
Okay.
Is what we've got to determine. I can tell you what policy says.
If a incident report was prepared, would you have had knowledge of it?
Yes.
Object to the
Okay.
form.
Would you have had to review and approve it?
This should have came to my attention, yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to plaintiff's exhibit, the use of force report.
Number
7.
Okay.
Wait, hold on to it there. Okay. Who completed the summary for this report?
I believe Corporal Busby did.
Okay, so Officer Harvey did not fill out the summary?
I believe Corporal Busby wrote it himself. He may have taken some notes from Deputy Harvey's report and attached it into this report, but Corporal Busby prepared it.
And is this the SEER report that you mentioned previously? Is this the same thing?
Yeah, this should have been a SEER report.
Okay.
Is it? Okay.
Why was this completed by Busby and not Harvey?
Because this is a SEER report. It's a Supervisor Critical Incident Report. That's what the SEER stands for.
Okay.
And there's certain incidents, there's a list of them in policy where SEER has to be wrote and forwarded to the chain of command all the way up to the sheriff when an incident like that happens.
Okay. And what other incidents are require the issuance of a SEER report?
I can't name all of them. There's like 13 of them, but it's like bomb threats, robberies, deaths, vehicle pursuits, officer involved, shootings, an incident that would occur at school, like a lockdown incident. That's all that I can remember right off the top of my list.
And you said once it's written and approved, who does it go to next?
So, do you see where it says approved by me? Mm-hmm. That doesn't have to be done, but that's something I wanted to do on all of these things. Because if the sheriff called me about an incident, by God, I wanted to know what was going on. So I made them, all of them do that, okay? That's not required, okay? So what was your question again?
Well, after it's filled out and completed, and here approved by you, even though it's not required, what happens to it next?
It's forwarded by email to all the chain of commands, basically lieutenants and above, all the way to the sheriff.
Okay, and what's done with it once it gets in their hands, if anything?
I don't know if well, with y'all getting a copy of it, I'm sure it's forwarded to records
Okay.
after that.
And what's the purpose of completing these reports?
Honestly, bullshit, unnecessary paperwork,
Okay.
in my opinion.
And when it gets forwarded up to the chain of command, is that where it would be determined whether or not any disciplinary action or internal affair?
That's not the purpose for this thing.
Okay.
It's just the purpose to keep them updated of what's going on because of phone calls and stuff that they get. That's why.
Phone calls from who?
From public and different people. Hey, what's happening here? What's happening there? Who died over here? Why did this train run off the... So it's just a quick way of getting information out to the chain of command of what's going on and what's happened.
Okay. Okay. So I want you to reread this just to refresh your recollection, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about the narrative.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. About the 6th sentence down, Deputy Harvey noticed a black male exit the driver's door, at which time he gave loud verbal commands for the driver to step back to him. Do you have any knowledge or indication that Bowman exited the vehicle immediately upon stopping?
I don't know that.
Okay. Were additional commands given aside from asking Bowman to step back towards Harvey?
Object to the form.
I wasn't there for that initial incident, but from what the video, there was several commands.
Okay. And there were different commands given throughout the interaction. Do you agree?
Object to the form.
Were different commands given throughout the interaction with Harvey and Bowman?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Take you down 4 more sentences. The driver made another attempt to get back in the vehicle, at which time Deputy Harvey released K9 Drago to apprehend the suspect. Do you have any indication or knowledge that Mr. Bowman attempted to get back inside of his vehicle
Object to the form.
That's what was said
in this report?
by Deputy Harvey.
Okay. The statements of Ms. Jones and Ms. Janigan, I think you previously testified that you were standing there while they were giving their statements.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you recall who asked them to rewrite their statements?
Object to the form.
I don't know if statements was rewrote.
Okay. If the testimony from one of the witnesses was that she was asked to rewrite her statement, would you have reason to dispute that?
Object to the form.
Like I said, I don't recall any statements being rewrote.
Okay. If a statement was written twice, where would the first statement have gone?
They should have been attached together.
Okay. And if they weren't attached together, what would have happened to that report?
I can't tell you that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Who handles the reports after, who physically handles the reports after they're written
Object to the form.
by the witnesses?
Everything's computerized, done in smart cop. It's all done electronically. The only persons that I would know that would handle the reports is records.
Okay. Does Harvey collect the reports at the end of them
Are
given?
you talking about witness statements? Or are you
Yes.
talking,
I'm
okay.
sorry, witness statements.
Okay. I'm back on track now. Witness statements is usually collected, can be collected by any officer. But Harvey would have been the one responsible to turn them into records. Does
Okay.
that make sense to you?
Yes. And
Okay.
so the witness statements aren't reviewed or approved by you as a supervisor?
Not really, no.
Okay.
So any deputy could have said, hey, write this for me, and have him
Sure.
sign it, and then gave it to Deputy Harvey.
Okay. And then he just has to turn it into
Yes.
records?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's hers.
Thank you.
I'll help you out.
You're so good. Plaintiffs Exhibit 16, 17.
Okay.
What is this?
Huh?
What document is this?
That's a witness statement.
Okay, and what's the witness's name?
Jenigan?
Okay. Take a minute to read it, and when you're done, let me know. I'll ask you a couple of questions about it.
What's her first name?
Nadea?
Nadia. Okay.
Do we have 3 of these?
He was what? Okay.
I think I have 2.
Okay, I read it to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
Or ability.
Does she state anywhere in this statement that Mr. Bowman got back into the vehicle or reached into the vehicle?
No.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 18. Dawn, do you have a copy of Dariana's statement, perhaps? With you?
I may. I do.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 18. This is a witness statement from Miss Jones.
Okay.
Read that over and let me know when you're done.
You want me to read this one too?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Does she, anywhere in her report, indicate that Mr. Bowman got back into the vehicle or was reaching into the vehicle?
No.
Okay. Does verbal resistance warrant the use of a K9?
If you're refusing lawful commands, yes.
Okay. Does passive resistance warrant the use of a K9?
I don't remember the definition for passive. Really?
So what's your answer?
You gonna let me look at a definition of passive?
Do you know, as we sit here today, do you have an opinion as to whether passive resistance warrants the use of a
Object to
K9?
the form.
I can't answer to that if I can't remember what the definition of it is
Okay.
or how it's defined.
Was Mr. Bowman arrested that night?
Yes,
He was under arrest.
yes.
Okay.
I guess yeah.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 19. What is this document?
Use of force.
And what training was required as part of Columbia County Sheriff's Office as it pertains to the use of force?
Object to the form.
If I remember correctly, we had yearly training on use of force along with firearms training.
And what did that training consist of?
Object to the form.
Was it just here's the policies and procedures, or was there classes?
I know we would go over policy, the use of force policy. We would go over Florida statute, I believe it's 7, it's been so long since I looked at it. I know it starts with 7, use of force. We'd go over tools that we use, like the primary tools like tasers and OC spray and the tools that we normally use on a daily basis.
Okay.
And we would go over the Florida statute dealing with the use of force, and we'd go over the policy.
Okay. Can a firearm be used to gain compliance?
Object to the form.
Yes, it's called show of force.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to page 9, number 12.
Okay.
Relief from duty, mandatory psychological support. A member involved in a lethal force incident that results in death or serious physical injury will be removed from line duty immediately and may be placed on paid administrative leave until the completion of the preliminary investigation. Again, was a preliminary investigation done, or were Harvey or Godey removed from the line of duty?
Object, inform, ask and answer.
Why this wasn't a lethal force situation?
Okay. In your opinion, what is lethal force?
Object, inform.
Lethal force would mean death or somebody that was, I guess, from the best I can tell you, it would be caused from death.
Or serious bodily injury?
I don't think that's the same, in my opinion.
Okay, so I'm going to direct you to page 10. Here's the glossary.
Okay.
Lethal force, force which may cause death or great bodily harm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And so, do you agree do you disagree with that definition?
First, I don't think that anybody received great bodily harm.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if you disagree with the definition as outlined in
If
the
that's the way
policy.
it's defined in the policy, I agree with it.
Okay. Okay, and page 9, subsection 12.
Okay.
Okay. A through C, were any of those completed by you or Columbia County Sheriff's Office as it pertains to the incident with Mr. Bowman?
Object, inform, ask and answer.
Ask me that question one more time.
As it pertains to A through C on 12, were any of those completed by you or any member of Columbia County Sheriff's Office pertaining to this incident with Mr. Bowman?
No.
Object, inform.
As we sit here today, are you able to define passive resistance? Okay. Can a taser be used to gain compliance?
Yes.
So show of force can be used to gain control or compliance of an individual?
Yes.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 20.
It's got your holes in it.
Do you recognize this matrix?
What's the one in the red say, please? You're having trouble seeing it too?
Aggravated physical resistance, deadly force,
Okay.
firearm, strike with weapon, to head, neck, etc.
Okay.
Do you recognize this matrix?
I've never seen it set up like this.
Okay, but
But those levels?
yes. Okay, and what are those levels?
It's use of force levels, from mere presence all the way up to deadly force.
Okay. And if Bowman's giving, let's just say, verbal resistance, hypothetically speaking, that night, what would the officer's response level be according to this matrix?
Object to the form. This is not the standard that was in effect at the time, so it's an inappropriate question, but you can answer if you can.
Verbal resistance is he's still disobeying lawful commands. We're at a high-risk situation, talking about Bowman, and we've got to effectively make an arrest the safest way possible.
Okay, so based on this use of force, what should the officer's response have been to verbal resistance?
Object to the form.
She's going to keep objecting, but you can answer, unless she says don't answer.
I think he done what he thought was necessary.
Okay. Based on the use of force that you're trained on, what is the officer's response? What should the officer's response be to verbal resistance of a suspect or individual?
He done exactly,
Objection, improper characterization of the evidence.
he done exactly what he thought he needed to do to gain compliance and take the subject in custody.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Where is the use of what level is the use of a K9 on this matrix?
Again, another objection. Object to the form.
Not real sure about that.
Take a look.
Is this sheriff's office?
I'm asking you questions about the document. Please answer them.
Okay. Is
I would
this-
object at this point. If he can't answer the question, that's, when you ask him the question, he's obviously allowed to answer it if he can.
What level does use of a K9 correspond with on this matrix right here?
And I would object to the use of this matrix
Okay.
at all. It has not been established. This was in force and effect at the sheriff's office
Okay.
at the time this incident occurred.
Okay.
I don't see where it says K9 on any of this, on either side. Does it? I don't see it.
Take a look at the officer's response side.
Pain compliance, takedowns, chemical agents. I'm not familiar with this. I don't know where this come from.
Okay. Are you trained through the use of this use of force matrix within Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Object to the form, misstatement of evidence.
I'm trained with using this use of force policy of what it says.
Okay. Has Columbia County Sheriff's Office ever instructed you or trained you on a use of force matrix?
Object to the form.
Yes, but it's been years ago. I don't know that there's still a matrix attached to the use of force policy.
And so okay. And so do you agree that there's different levels of force
Absolutely.
used? Okay. And so what's the lowest end of the matrix that requires the use of force?
Object to the form.
I don't know about that, but not following lawful commands.
No. My question is, what's the lowest end of the matrix that, I guess, what is the least amount of force required by an officer?
The least amount of force necessary would be control techniques. Leading a person would be the lowest use of force.
Okay. And what's at the opposite end of the spectrum?
Object to the form.
You mean the complete opposite of that? If I'm understanding you right, would be deadly force.
Okay. Could a K9 assist in the use of deadly force?
No, they're not trained.
I'm not asking if a K9 would be deadly force, but could they assist in the use of that force?
Objection.
I don't see
Object to the
how.
form.
Okay. Are the levels of resistance by an individual, do they correlate with the use that an officer should respond with?
Object to the form.
Can you ask me that a little
For
bit?
instance, if you've got an individual that is complying with commands or orders, is an officer justified to use deadly force in that situation?
No.
Okay, so are you trained to de-escalate situations?
Object to the form.
You're trained to use the amount of force necessary
Okay, and nothing more,
and
correct?
nothing more.
Okay, and so if you're looking at this matrix, do you see level 4 in yellow, impact, weapon, CEW, or K9?
I object to the use of the matrix.
I know you object to the matrix.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And what is the resistance of the individual that is required on the other end?
Object to the form.
This form says resistant, active, physical.
Okay. So what is active physical resistance?
My thought or my terminology would be not complying with lawful commands.
the use of force policy, page 10, subsection F.
Okay.
Active resistance, a subject's use of physically evasive movements directed towards the deputy, such as preparing to or attempting to flee, bracing, tensing, pushing, or pulling to prevent the deputy from establishing control over the subject.
Okay.
Okay, do you agree with that? Do you have any reason to dispute the definition as outlined by Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Okay. And so active resistance would require an equal level of force would be the use of a K9, an impact weapon. Do you agree?
Object to the form.
Based on this matrix?
Yeah, object to the form.
I would say under active resistance, you could deploy the K9, in my opinion.
Under active resistance.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so was Bowman attempting to flee that night?
No, I don't
Was
think.
he making evasive movements?
Yes.
Was he pushing or pulling or trying to physically prevent control from Officer Harvey?
No.
Officer Harvey never came in contact with him until he effectuated the arrest, correct?
Until the K9 was released.
Okay. Why is training with a K9 and his handler important?
Object to the form, ask and answer.
As a team, you've got to be familiar with the K9, as the K9 has to be familiar with you.
Okay.
That's one of the most important things.
Why?
Because you've got to learn, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, you've got to be able to learn to read your dog, as well as the dog's got to learn your reactions and how to read you. A dog can read you just as well as you can read them. Everything goes right down the leash of that canine. The other thing, a canine player is just like any athletic person. They've got to train, and if you're going to be an athlete, that's important. If you don't train, what kind of athlete are you gonna be? That's the best way I know to explain it. On top of that, policy says you're gonna train. And FDLE requires it as well. And I don't remember how often, I think it's every year, maybe every 2 years, I can't remember, that you gotta be recertified. That's the most important reasons for training, but like I said, it's just like an athlete. If you don't train, you're not gonna be the athlete that you expect to be.
Is it important for a K9 handler to have control over his K9, his or her K9?
Yep.
Why?
it is. Well, I was never my dog was never trained in apprehension. I only had a drug dog and track dog. So my dog wasn't trained to bite, so I don't have a lot of knowledge in training bite dogs. But you need to have control over them, because not only are they out in the public, you also take them to school for kids to see, kids to pet, and so you've got to have control over them.
For safety reasons?
For safety reasons, yes. You sure don't want a kid to get bit.
Do you know whether or not commands, strike that. Do you know if K9 handlers are trained to give multiple commands to a dog?
Check to the form.
As far as repeating a command over and over again?
For apprehension, I don't know. I know that some apprehension dogs are trained in German. My dog, I don't know the German terminology whatsoever, because my dog wasn't trained in German, nor do I know German. My K9 was trained in plain English. I know some of the like I said, I know some of the apprehension dogs are trained in different languages. I don't know which language his dog was trained in. I don't know, so I couldn't tell you.
But just in general, are K9 handlers trained to repeat commands to a dog? The same command?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to.
Why are some dogs trained in English and some in German or other languages?
Check to the form.
Apprehension dogs are trained in different languages, foreign languages, where the normal citizen wouldn't recognize the language.
Why is that?
Safety.
Do you know who trained Drago and Harvey?
I think they were trained by K9 instructors at Alachua County, SO, I think.
And, excuse me, does Columbia County Sheriff's Office follow the Alachua County Training Manual as it pertains to canines?
Object to the form.
You mean their policy?
Correct.
No.
Columbia County Sheriff's Office does not follow the Alachua County training policy.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
If
what,
they do or don't, because I've never seen Alachua County's K9 policy.
Okay. Does Columbia County Sheriff's Office have their own policy as it pertains to use of canines?
So, we have a K9 policy,
Okay, is that the only document to your knowledge?
yes.
Okay. Did Harvey or Drago receive any type of corrective training as a result of this incident?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Are you aware that the wrong command, or are you, strike that. Are you aware that the apprehension command was not given in this instance?
No.
What was the command that was given?
Object to the form.
I heard 999 on the video. I don't know if that's his bite command or not. So I couldn't tell you what his, I don't know what his bite command is.
Do you recall what command, if any, was given in the other four apprehensions that you were
I don't.
present for? Let me finish. So she
That's
can-
fine, but I don't.
Okay.
I knew where he was going.
Okay. Do you think it's important to have a basic level of understanding of the canine commands supervising a canine handler?
Object to the form. In proper context.
No, because really I'm not in control of that K9, the officer is.
Okay. But you control the officer?
Object to the
To
form.
a certain extent, yes.
Okay. Were any other officers you supervised canine handlers around October of 2020?
No.
All right, let's take like a 5-minute break. I think I'm almost done. Let me just review my notes.
Okay. Time going off the record, 3:04.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, what happened? Time back in the record, 3:21.
What are shift reports?
Daily observation reports is what a shift report is. Basically, it's a summary of what each officer's handled that day.
Do you complete those just for yourself, or do you review them for your subordinate officers?
That's something that the chain of command wants.
Which,
It goes to the lieutenants all the way to the sheriff. Basically, it's something the sheriff wants every day.
okay. And so would Harvey and Godey be responsible for completing those shift reports and you review them?
So what they do is, each deputy completes their daily observation report, and they email it to a corporal, and there's a form that it goes on. Basically, it shows how many deputies worked that day, how many deputies was off. It shows what corporals worked where, which deputies worked in what zone. And they basically summarize each call that they go on. They email it to a corporal. He puts everything on that form, and I review it real quick, and then they send it out to command staff all the way up to the sheriff.
Okay. Was Harvey's training log, strike that. Was Harvey's deployment log of K9 Drago inaccurate?
Object to the form.
Which log are you talking about?
The K9 deployment log, all the times that Harvey deployed Drago.
You talking about the one that you showed me that only had 2 trues on it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was his reporting incorrect regarding whether or not use of force was used for at least one of them that we're aware of?
Object to the form.
Are you talking about the column that had the true and false in it? Yes, it was.
And as watch commander or sergeant, did that occur under your supervision?
I would have to say yes.
Okay. I don't think we've marked this one yet. Plaintiff's Exhibit 21.
That's my copy.
Yes. What is this document, Sergeant Harrison?
This is a job title for sergeant. Responsibilities.
Okay, and so this is your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant of Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Okay. And read for me the first duty.
Supervise the work of subordinates, deputies by scheduling, assisting, and reviewing work, and provide training, counseling, and evaluation performance.
Okay. How many times did you evaluate Officer Harvey or Officer Godey's performance during the time you were with them?
We don't have evaluation performances there.
Okay.
The sheriff don't believe in them.
Who evaluates the performance of the officers, if anybody, to ensure they're complying with the policies and procedures?
The supervisors make sure that they comply with the policies and procedures.
And that would be you?
Well, actually, it would be the corporals responsible for the deputies. Overall, I'm responsible for everyone, but the corporals are responsible for the deputies, and I'm responsible for the corporals.
Okay. And take you back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 14. It is the K9 team's policies and procedures.
Okay.
E1B, the K9 teams operate under the supervision of the watch commander, who is you, correct?
That's correct.
What page are you on?
1.
Okay.
We're on page 10, right? Is that what you're reading from, page 10?
Page 1 of the K9 teams.
Okay,
E1B,
okay.
that the K9 teams operate under the supervision of the watch commander, who was you at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any reason to dispute that?
No,
Okay. As we sit here today, do you know the difference between verbal, passive, and active resistance?
Object to the form.
verbal would be like, I guess, an argument, I guess. Using cuss words and stuff. What was the other one you asked me about?
Passive.
Passive would, that's the one I didn't know a while ago. Just taking a guess at it is not following lawful commands.
And active resistance?
Active would be like resisting, I guess, pulling away. Pushing, pulling.
And as we sit here today, do you know the officer's level of force that is reasonable in response to verbal, passive, and active resistance?
If I reviewed the use of force policy, I could probably explain it to you in full detail.
Here you go. And tell me where you're looking when you get there, please.
All right, so ask your question.
Good question. What was my question? What is the appropriate level of force to be used by an officer in response to verbal, passive, and active resistance?
Are you asking me what tools can be used, or I'm trying to?
Sure. What tools can be used?
So for active resistance, you can use pepper spray, you can use a taser, and in certain situations, a K9 could be deployed in active resistance.
Okay. What about passive and verbal?
I don't even see passive defined in here.
Based on your training and experience,
Is there a question?
what is the level of force used
For?
for passive and verbal resistance?
So, for some reason, passive definition is not coming to me for some reason today. Verbal, if he's not complying with lawful commands, taser could be used. OC pepper spray could be used. record what the situation is, and especially if you've got a felony situation, K9s can be deployed.
How do you gain control on a traffic stop?
Object to the form.
Are we talking about a traffic stop, or are we talking about a felony stop?
How do you gain control in a routine traffic stop?
Well, you normally wouldn't have to gain control during a routine traffic stop.
Okay. Are Columbia County Sheriff's officers trained to allow emotion or ego interfere with their actions?
Object to the form.
They should not.
Why?
Our job is not let ego situations determine how we do the job any kind of way. Our job is to perform duties that we were sworn to perform, and to do them as safely and professionally as we can.
Can you give me an example of a scenario where an officer allowed their ego to interfere with their actions?
Object to the form.
Can I give you an example of it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you take like a new deputy that's just becoming a law enforcement officer. A lot of them have that ego personality, I guess, because as a law enforcement officer, you're actually provided a lot of power as a law enforcement officer. And I don't know really how to explain it. I'm drawing a blank.
If tracking of use of force or training is not properly documented, how are sheriff's officers or K9 teams going to be aware that additional training or supervision is needed?
Object to the form.
Could you ask me that question one more time?
If sheriff's offices or sheriff's officers not keeping track or documenting training or use of force, how is a sheriff's office to know whether or not additional training or supervision is needed?
Object to the form.
I don't know.
in a tactical situation where a K9 is released without command, is that safe?
Check to the form.
If it happened, no.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you, Ms.
All right,
Whitehurst.
I've
ma'am.
got some questions for you. Not as many as Ms. Hannah had, but I do have some, and I may jump around.
That doesn't mean I might not be back when she's done, but for now.
All right.
Fine.
All right, well, I'll just start here. You were asked questions about routine traffic stops made by deputies. And you indicated earlier when you testified that certain factors can change a routine traffic stop into something else. You remember that?
I do.
Okay.
Ms. States'
And
testimony.
Let me ask you this. If a person, if a deputy is behind a person's vehicle with their lights and siren on and they fail to stop, is that a factor that would change that stop from a routine traffic stop to something else?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about that. What would it change it into?
It would change it into a high-risk stop.
Okay. And when you say high-risk stop, what are you referring to?
To a felony stop, fleeing and eluding.
Okay. All right. And fleeing and eluding, it is a felony, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when a deputy is behind a vehicle with their lights and siren on, and the person fails to stop, that would constitute fleeing and eluding. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, based on what you've learned from what occurred, was Mr. Bowman fleeing and eluding in this case?
Yes.
Object to the
Okay.
form.
Now, you were asked a question earlier that is it safe to stop in the middle of the road? And I believe you said it was not safe to do that, right?
That's
okay.
correct.
Wouldn't it depend on the circumstances though?
Yes.
Okay, for example, would the circumstance of it being at night, 9 o'clock, traffic not being heavy, would those be factors that you would factor into the equation as to whether you would stop in the middle of, say, in the median of the roadway?
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. And the fact that it's no pedestrian traffic around, no other vehicles around, would that also be a factor that you would factor into stopping someone in the median?
Most definitely.
Okay. Now, you were asked about whether Deputy Harvey actually advised the nature of the charges when he was in pursuit, okay? And as he was engaging in the pursuit, did he comply with the policies and procedures required of the Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Did he in fact call out I guess maybe more than once, he called out initially as a traffic stop, and then he called as it relates to it turning into a pursuit. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked a number of questions about the pit maneuver.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge, any information that Deputy Harvey actually engaged in a pit maneuver in this case?
No.
Okay. All right. You were asked about the K9 training logs, and I believe you testified earlier that you don't review them. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And because you're not the K9 supervisor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. You were asked a number of questions about the K9 training log, and in particular, you asked about certain months, specifically November 2019 and May 2020, as to the amount of hours that Harvey trained with Drago. And I believe for those 2 months, it reflected none.
Correct.
Okay. For those 2 months, November 2019 and May 2020, as you sit here, do you have any knowledge as to whether Harvey was on vacation during that month at all?
I don't.
Or time off?
I don't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to whether K9 Drago was sick or out of service for whatever reason?
I don't.
Okay. Now, you also asked about some Facebook comments.
Yes.
I believe it was exhibit number 16. And as you sit here today, do you have any knowledge that Chris David Alford was bitten by Drago?
No.
Okay. And if there's testimony, actually from Deputy Alford, that he was not bitten by Drago, did you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Objection.
Now, the policy talked about accidental bites and certain actions that should occur if an accidental bite actually occurs by a K9. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. If there was no bite that occurred in the situation you asked about these Facebook posts that were stated in plaintiff's exhibit number 16, there would be no need to comply with those post-bite guidelines, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, there were post-bite guidelines outlined in the policy.
Correct.
After Bowman was apprehended by Drago,
Yes.
were those post-bite guidelines followed?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, those post-bite guidelines would be requesting medical attention for the person who was apprehended by the K9, is that right?
Yes.
What would some of the other post-bite guidelines that would need to be done?
They were taken to the hospital, photos were taken, incident report filed. I think there's some kind of K9 form that has to be filled out, but under my supervision there'd been photos taken, offense report, sear done. Did I say hospital?
Yes.
Most definitely medical contingent.
Okay.
Attention.
Were all of those things done for Mr. Bowman after Drago apprehended him on October 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked about, and if I could see Plaintiff's Exhibit 17. Let him look at that, please. All right, you were asked about Plaintiff's Exhibit 17, which is the witness statement for Nadea Janigan. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And you were asked whether certain...
Let me get there.
Oh, I'm sorry. 17.
Okay, I'm there.
All right, and you were asked whether...
It's Janigan, right? I apologize.
That it is
Okay.
Janigan. Give me a minute. All right, and you were asked whether certain things were stated or not stated in this particular statement. I've got questions in regards to what was stated in the statement. In other words, in this statement, did Ms. Janigan state that Mr. Bowman would not listen to her and to the officers?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ms. Janigan state that Mr. Bowman would not get out of the car for the police?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ms. Janigan say that the police told Mr. Bowman to put his hands up more than once Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And does Ms. Janigan say that Mr. Bowman still would not listen? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ms. Janigan also say in her written sworn statement that I told him, meaning Mr. Bowman, to stop the car, and he told us no, he didn't listen? Do you see that?
Yes.
Check to
Okay.
form.
All right, and now I'd like to talk about, I guess it was Exhibit 18, Ms. Jones' statement. All right. And in Ms. Jones' statement, this is her witness statement she swore to on the night of this incident. Does Ms. Jones also state, kind of in the middle of the page there, that he wouldn't listen to the officer? Do you see that?
Yes.
And that the officer kept asking, so he did what he had to do by letting the K9 loose. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does she also say that the officer warned Mr. Bowman 3 times? You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Jones also stated in her statement, I constantly told him to just follow what the cop asked him to do. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions by opposing counsel in reference to a taser, and that a taser was not used with Mr. Bowman. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. And the decision not to use the taser was because of the distance between Deputy Harvey and Mr. Bowman. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay,
Check
was
to
that
the
a
form.
reasonable basis for a decision not to use a taser?
Yes.
Check to the form.
You were asked several questions about a use of force matrix, and I believe it's plaintiff's exhibit number 20. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time this incident occurred, which is in October 2020, did the Columbia County Sheriff's Office, I guess, train or submit to or subscribe to a use of force matrix for their use of force policy?
No.
Okay. You were asked a number of questions regarding Columbia County Sheriff's Office use of force policy, which was identified as Exhibit 19. Was that the policy that was in place when the incident occurred with Mr. Bowman back in October 2020?
Was that Exhibit 19? Was that a
It was a policy, a use of force policy,
Yes.
General Order 40.30.
Yes.
Okay. And in that policy, I don't know, can we get Exhibit 19, please, and let him look at that or refer to it? Okay. It appears that Exhibit 19, the use of force policy, that force is divided into 2 categories. Would you say like
What page?
lethal force and less than lethal force?
Are you on
I'm
a
sorry.
certain page? of the
I'm
policy?
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And of course, lethal force, I believe you testified earlier, that's referring to a firearm, something
Yes.
that can cause death. And of course, is it fair to say everything else kind of falls into the less lethal force category?
Check to the
Yes.
form.
Okay. Looking at the very first page of that policy, where it says policy, do you see that, section D?
Yes.
Okay. It says all members will act in good faith when using force and conform to the provisions of Florida law. And it gives a statute section. In this directive, members may use only the amount of force reasonably necessary to effect lawful objectives. This applies to both lethal and less than lethal force. Is that the overall policy of the Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your understanding of that?
Given an explanation, it's according to what the situation is, and I'll give you an example of it. If you take this young lady, her size, and she's up against a guy that's 6'6", that's 300 pounds, what level of force is she gonna have to go to apprehend or effect a lawful arrest? That's the best way I know to explain it.
Okay, so a number of factors, it sounds like, goes into the equation for the officer to determine what's reasonable under the circumstances.
That's correct.
Check to the phone.
And let's look at page 9 of that policy. At the bottom, paragraph 13.
Page 9. Okay.
All right, and paragraph 13 says, as a subject increases his resistance level from verbal to physical, a member may have to increase the level of his response until the resistance ceases, and the member can gain control of the subject. Are you aware that was in the policy and that's what the Sheriff's Office actually allows the officers to do?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it says, as soon as the point of the subject compliance is reached, the member must de-escalate his response to the minimum force necessary to control the subject. And I believe you testified earlier, made a comment to that effect. Was that what you were referring to as
Yes.
de-escalating? Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that you did not only hear what was occurring on the radio about the incident with Mr. Bowman, you responded to the scene, you reviewed the various use of force and incident and offense report and all of that. Based on your review and your knowledge of this incident, did you see anything that Deputy Harvey needed to be disciplined for in this circumstance?
No.
Okay. What about Deputy Godey? Did you see anything that she did or said that warranted some discipline?
No.
Okay. All right. There was some discussion about commands for K9s. And I believe you said you didn't train with Harvey and Drago, so you don't know their commands. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, and maybe I know you said your K9 was not an apprehension K9.
It was not.
Okay, so I'll take that question back. All right, there was an exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit number 3, which is the warrant affidavit that Deputy Harvey prepared. Is it your understanding with the warrant affidavit that it has to be reviewed by the state attorney's office and then the judge before a warrant is issued? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Check to the phone.
Did you object?
Yes.
All right, I don't think I have any more questions for you. Thank you.
I have like a couple of follow-up. Based on your review of the video, Harvey contemplated doing a pit maneuver. Do you agree?
Object to the form.
I don't agree.
I should tell you what I'm showing you, the dash cam video. I think this is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 8.
Oh, is that right there? He may have been setting up for one, but I guess Bowman turned it into the driveway, so you would have to ask Deputy Harvey that, but from what I seen, it was possible that he could have been setting up to do one.
Okay. Ms. Whitehurst was asking you regarding these Facebook messages that the testimony of Mr. Alford was that he was not bitten by Drago, and would you have reason to dispute that? If Officer Alford testified that he was nipped by Drago, would you have reason to dispute that?
I would not.
Okay.
No.
And based on your prior testimony, you don't know the difference between a nip and a bite?
I definitely know the difference between a nip and a bite.
Okay, what's the difference between a nip and a bite?
A nip could be just like a, a bite's gonna leave teeth marks. Mm-hmm. And you're probably gonna have to get some medical evaluation from it or medical treatment from it. A nip.
I don't think you're doing it intentionally, Don, but if you could stop nodding your head while he's answering the question.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm not nodding my head, so you can just stop that.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to put some incorrect information into the record, but I am not nodding my head.
Okay, you were nodding your head.
Okay, well, I was not. I
So
disagree.
I'm not saying that you're doing it intentionally, whether you're aware or not, but I'm just asking
I don't know what
he's-
you're saying, but I'm just saying for the record, I was not nodding my head,
Okay.
so I disagree.
Okay.
Okay.
A nip, I don't think it would require medical attention.
Is it still the act of a dog putting its mouth on a body part of another human being?
Object to the form.
It could be.
Okay. And you were asked questions regarding the witness statements and whether or not agreeing with what they stated in those reports. And those, if one of the witnesses testified that that was the second statement that she had written, would you have any reason to dispute her testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If she testified that she wrote the first report that was a lot shorter and more condensed, would you have any reason to disagree with her testimony?
Object to the form.
Yes.
Characterization.
If the witness testified that she was asked by an officer to rewrite her statement with more detail, would you have reason to dispute her testimony?
If the officer or the witness?
If the officer asked the witness to rewrite a second statement in more detail, would you have reason to dispute that witness's testimony?
Yes.
Why?
Because I would want to know where the original statement was at.
Okay. And why would you dispute a witness's testimony but not an officer's testimony?
Object to the form.
Because where's the report at?
That's a good question. Where is the first
I
report?
don't know. Where's the report at? I can show you where the officer's reports is at, but
And
where's her report?
Okay. And so as we sit here today, do you believe
I'm
that
sorry.
a independent witness would be lying about an officer asking her to rewrite her witness statement?
Object to the form.
I'm not saying anybody's lying.
Okay, but as we sit here today, and a witness has testified that she wrote one witness statement and was asked by an officer to rewrite it with more detail, would you have reason to dispute her testimony?
Ask me that question one more time.
if a witness testified that she issued her witness statement and an officer asked her to rewrite her statement in more detail, would you have reason to dispute her testimony?
To rewrite it, yes. To add more information to it, no.
Okay. And so the first witness statement that the witness wrote should have been attached to the statement that we were all reviewed and were provided for today. Do you agree?
Object to the form.
I'm saying that if she had to rewrite it, my opinion, it should have been attached to the one that was turned in.
Okay. And if it's not attached to the one that was turned in, you as a supervisor would have knowledge as to where the first statement went?
No. How would I know?
I don't know, you're the supervisor of Harvey.
Okay. It's just like this Bowman incident not being on camera.
Okay.
How do we know who's telling the truth and who's not telling the truth?
Okay. How are you aware that Harvey didn't use his taser because of the distance between him and Mr. Bowman?
But if he would have used his taser, there would have been a used cartridge that he would have had to turn in to get a new one.
There would have been a what? I'm sorry.
There would have been a used taser cartridge that he would have had to turn in to get a new one.
Right, and Ms. Whitehurst was asking you questions of, are you aware that Harvey testified he didn't use his taser because of the distance between himself and Bowman? How do you know that?
It's most likely that he didn't use his taser because of the distance spread between him and Bowman.
Do you know how far apart him and
I
Bowman
don't.
were here today?
I don't.
Okay, so, but it's still your testimony that that's the reason why he didn't
Yeah.
use his taser that day?
If it's because of distance, yes, I agree with that.
But you don't know as
But
we
I
sit here
don't know
today.
that for.
Is the Columbia County Sheriff's Office use of force policy based on any type of matrix to help you understand what level of force is used or required, allowed? Can somebody please have her step outside with the child?
We're gonna let you handle that if that's what you want, okay?
Okay, let me ask her. It's just very...
I'll go. You finish, but here, just, that's my stuff right here. Got that.
You wish to go off the record?
No.
I think it.
Do you recall the question? It's distracting you, I can tell, and it's just distracting me, so.
I think it gives you a breakdown on the use of force levels.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition in the criminal aspect of this case?
I do.
Okay. And were you under oath?
I was.
Okay.
Where I mentioned metrics in there.
Okay. Question, and with your training, have you been guided in de-escalation techniques? Answer, yes. Question, all right, describe that training. Answer, usually it's done yearly or every other year through the use of force matrix when we do use of force training at the sheriff's office. Question, tell me about the use of force matrix. Is it like a scale? Is it like, you have one end of the spectrum and you have another? Answer, there is a scale. Okay, tell us about that scale. It would be according to the severity of it. I mean, you could jump up a couple matrix if you need to jump up a couple matrix, or you can go by the guideline of that matrix. It's just according to what the suspect or the defendant, how he's acting, to what matrix you're going to go up to at that point.
I did say that.
Okay.
And you take 25 years of training, and that's the first thing that came to my mind of how to explain it.
Okay, and so you've never familiarized yourself with a matrix?
Object to the form, mischaracterization of testimony.
Yes, because
back when I first started law enforcement, for many years, that's the way we were trained,
Okay,
by matrix form.
okay. And how are you trained within Columbia County Sheriff's Office?
Object to the form. What time frame are we talking about?
October of 2020.
By the current policy.
Okay. And so the current policy does not incorporate a use of force matrix as of October 2020?
I don't think it has a matrix in that new policy.
And you didn't review the offense report or the warrant affidavit in this case, correct?
I can't say that I didn't read it, if that's what you're asking me. I didn't approve it.
Okay. Did you review the offense report prior to your involvement in the criminal and civil cases? I'm gonna strike that. Let me ask a better question. Did you review the offense report before it was submitted or turned in?
I think I did.
As we sit here today, do you recall one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Did you review the warrant affidavit before it was turned in?
And again, I think I did, but I'm not 100% positive.
And can a state attorney's office, strike that, is it safe to stop a vehicle in the middle of an intersection during a traffic stop?
Object to the form, ask and answer.
You can answer.
You normally don't want to stop a vehicle in the middle of the intersection.
Okay. Do you have a K9 one? I found it. Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention one last time to Plaintiff's Exhibit 14, subsection E1B. The K9, first page.
First page?
E1B. The K9 teams, here in this case, that would be Officer Harvey and K9 Drago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Shall operate under the supervision of the watch commander they are assigned to when engaged in normal duty assignments. At the time of October 23rd, 2020, were you the watch commander assigned to Harvey?
Objection, ask
Okay.
and answer.
No further questions.
I don't have any questions.
I thought so.
Okay.
You are finished?
This concludes the deposition. Time going out the record for 11.
Recording stopped.